Hey everybody, it's Captain Adonis. Woohoo! Welcome Monday morning, start of the week. I hope your day is going just fine today. That work is well, and you're enjoying your day because it's a beautiful day out there, no matter what it looks like, whether it be rain, snow, sleet, or shine. It's always a good day when you're breathing, right? When you've got some breath in you and you're alive. Because who knows what it's like after you're dead? And who cares? Because this is what we live for right now. So, welcome everybody into the stream. Today we're going to play with Wicked49. I haven't seen him come in yet, but he didn't really say yes he was going to show up. So, he wanted to try out some Broken Arrow. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. I was thinking of something else. And he wanted to try some Broken Arrow. And I was just looking at this helicopter. It looks so nice. It's a Marine Cobra. It's got a little cobra on the side of it. These are actually a pretty deadly aircraft. This one happens to have law rockets, and then looks like some, I don't know, what are those? Toes? Maybe Hellfires? And these little things on the side, there's one right there on the wing. Those are the flares. And then on this side, I guess it's on the wing pod too. So, looks like almost like an afterthought that they put those on, little flare packages. But, yeah. This is the Black Spades. Black Cobra Squadron, I guess. That's why they have the black spade on them. But that's the one thing I really like about this game, is that you can go in the arsenal and you can start looking at all the different types of helicopters they have. Here's a longbow. I mean, that's a pretty looking helicopter also. Wonder where its flares are at. Probably that box right there. Well, maybe not. Not sure. Nice old 30 millimeter chain gun right there. That's operated by the gunner's head movement. Wherever the gunner looks, that gun turns. I mean, that's just technology right there. That is just awesome technology. And these are pretty detailed models, too. I mean, you look at that. You see the rivets. You know? You see the paint wear. I mean, one of the reasons why I like this game, because this is the model that they have in-game. You know? That's pretty slick. You can zoom in. Now, you can't get this close. I mean, I can get just to there. That's as close as I can get. But you can't get that close in-game, but you get really, really close. So, you know, here's the Apache. It's just, I think that's just a longbow. Yeah, that's just a longbow without the radar on top of it. And what they do with that is they do a below treetop, and they pop that radar up just above the trees to where they can see, but the helicopter's not seen. So I don't know if they actually implement that in the game. We'll find out today. We'll give it a shot. We'll see. There's a slam ram, a pickup with missiles on it. It's got a dirty windshield too. And that's pretty cool. But anyway, there's a lot of really cool. Here's a Kiowa. It's got, 50 cals on it, looks like. Oh, 50 cal on one side. So according to this, the port pylon, which should be the left side, which should be over here, has a 21 GAU 21 heavy machine gun. On the other side is the same thing. Okay. So you could change these to rockets, Hellfires, or Stingers. So, yeah, Apache, I already looked at that. And that's in the airborne infantry. And there's the Strikers. Strikers don't have helicopters. And then special operations, they have probably some of the most awesome looking helicopters. This is basically a longbow. And it's got these 8 Jag M Fire and Forgets. These are like upgraded Hellfires, I think. And then, of course, the guided rockets. The Dagger guided rockets. Now, these are laser designated rockets, I believe. Oops, that's a Stinger. Yes. So they require a laser designation, but holy crap. You can carry a lot of those puppies. There's 64. 64 of them. So they would cause some major infantry damage. Then they got a couple of Stingers on them. Where the hell is the Stingers at? The Stingers are on the wingtips? Oh yeah, right there. Those are the two. It looks like a Stinger launcher. That's kind of funny. Take an infantry Stinger launcher and just mount it on the helicopter. Gotta admit, those airborne and special forces guys are pretty smart. What else do they got? The little egg. I love the little bird. I love the little bird. This has got 2 mini guns on it. Yeah. Looks like it's got something underneath. Right there. Right next to the miniguns. I don't know what that is. Probably some sort of sensor? Maybe? These are 50 cal miniguns. Oh, right there. Okay. So it's got, oh wow, it's got not only these 50 cal miniguns, it's also got this one here, which is what, 12.7. Okay, so the outside, the GAU-19B is the 50 cal. And then on the inside, it has a minigun. So it's got 4 miniguns. These are 7.62. So that's the same round as the AK. So that's like a mini machine gun. Minigun, machine gun. That's cool. That could seriously do some infantry damage. So, and then this little bird is for people, for getting a SEAL team in. It's got place for 6 people, 3 on the outside and 3 on the outside, 6 total. Then I think what everybody really likes is, where is it? Well, the Comanche's one of them. The Comanche's one of the stealth planes, but that doesn't carry anybody. Where's their stealth plane? Their stealth helicopter. Silent Hawk, right there. The Silent Hawk. Now this one is designed for stealth infiltration. Carries 12 people. This is what SEAL Team 6 used to go in and get bin Laden. They used 2 of these. And one of them crashed. Now they're basically a Huey chassis. Just like that. But then they put all this angled anti-radiation, anti-radar to cut down on the radar signature. I heard, kind of like the Nighthawk, this thing here is supposed to have the radar signature the size of a hummingbird. Well, if that's the size of a hummingbird, what the hell is that going to be? Size of a bumblebee, maybe? Maybe a robin? But still, a bird. It's got the signature of a bird. You can't have a radar signature of a bird and be a radar operator and go, oh no, there's birds coming in. Now, I suppose this doesn't act like a bird, right? So that's how they're going to detect it. It doesn't act like a bird. It's going to, fly more straight, where a bird will change directions and in a heartbeat change directions. So that's the way you could distinguish from a regular bird. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool indeed. So, all right, let's see if anybody's texted me yet. No. All right, well, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to play around with one of our... There's Wicked! We're just getting started.
Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly. Shoot a peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat.
Yeah, I love that song, man. That's my favorite out of everybody's. Well, Mahula's got the one, We All Live in America, by that heavy metal band. I don't even know if that's heavy metal or thrash metal or whatever they call it. We all live in America, America, America. I'm in Discord, Wicked. So if you want to jump in Discord, in Mahula Discord, and then jump in game, and I'll send you an invite in game, and we will get started. I was just looking at what we want to play. I downloaded a bunch of Steam Workshop challenges, but I think we're just going to do the USA power plant invasion. Is it Batusk? Is this the power plant one? I think so. Or is it the refinery? It might be the refinery. But, I mean, it depends on what you want to do, Wicked. If you want to put together a deck, or if you already have one and you want to test it out, this would be the way to do it. I can't remember. I think the Batusk invasion is the one I'm thinking. Because this one, the refinery, I'd have to go look at the map. Oil Rush. See, it might be this one. It might be this one I'm thinking of. Oh, nice. A new four-wheeler. What kind of four-wheeler did you get, Wicked? Bob! So, Bob, I sent off an email to the Tank Squad devs and told them to go look at my stream and look at Mahula's stream. So, oh, all right, yeah, that's a nice machine. That's a nice machine, Wicked. So, I told them that, we had problems with this campaign on the Russian side for Tank Squad, and that the German one worked just fine. So no issues there. Right? Yeah. The Apollo Commander. I've seen those. Those are nice looking machines. Did you buy it brand new or is it used? And what prompted you to buy a four-wheeler? Usually when you go to buy a four-wheeler and you just all of a sudden, that's one of those, oh shit. I have money and I should spend it. So almost got suckered into another Discord thing. This streamer's got oh nice 20 hours. That ain't much. That ain't much at all. She actually her name's Mary. It's kind of funny. Her name's Mary Kish, and she says she's head of community here at Twitch. She's got 24,000 followers on Twitch. Oh, yeah. Once you get to that point where you're starting to put more money into it than it's worth, you definitely want to trade it in, give it to somebody who doesn't mind doing that stuff, and get yourself a newer one. I mean, especially if you love the sport. I didn't do four-wheelers much. I did snowmobilers. I did snowmobiles. So I didn't like working on my snowmobile, but every time it did go, it was something stupid, like, the belt was broke, or I needed to change the plugs, or, something stupid like that. That wasn't a big deal to do. So I didn't mind working on it, and I sold it, and it was still in great condition. But I had a car breakdown on me, and I had to get the car fixed so I could go to work. So, yeah. Yeah, smart man. Yep, sell it off. Unless once you get it fixed, you're like, well, that wasn't that bad. That was only a $200 fix, but typically nothing's ever $200 anymore. Jesus, I went to go, my son needs a new battery for his car. So Saturday we went to go to the parts store and see what a battery would run. And he wanted to look at new vehicles. I mean, his vehicle's not that old, and it used to be his great-grandmother's. So she took really good care of it. I mean, an old grandma drove it, right? And it's a four-wheel drive. But, it's just, he gets frustrated when little things go wrong with stuff. Where I'm so used to fixing shit. Nice. Yeah, the kids will be the death of you when it comes to buying shit, because they get those puppy dog eyes, and it's like, okay, all right. Especially my daughter. Fuck, she's got me wrapped around her finger. But anyway, we went to go look at a battery to get a price on a battery, and a battery for a car was and the guy goes, "What kind of battery do you want?" And I said, the kind that stores electricity. And he looked at me like I was the stupid one, right? He looked at me like I was dumb for asking the question. What kind of battery do you want? That's the most stupid question I can imagine. Anyway, he goes, "No, I mean, do you want like a economy or a medium or a superb?" It's like, huh. I just thought batteries were batteries. I didn't know there was like superb batteries or economy. So anyway, low, medium, and high, right? Yeah, that's why you need to have two, Wicked. That's why you need to have two kids. So you never know. You have to be an investigator when they break the lamp. Because if you only got one kid, you know who broke the lamp. You just know it. You come home, your wife and you come home, and the lamp's broken. Oh, guess who did it? It was the gorilla that came in through the window. Dad, I swear to God, it was a gorilla. So that's why we had two. But then we had one boy, one girl. So anytime something got broke, we knew it was the boy. Ah, there you go. Well, that's not a big deal. If you still got two, you got to be fair, but, yeah, they'll take care of you when you get older. Mine does anyway. But anyway, $180 for a fucking battery. And that was the medium. I said, okay, well, let's just go medium. I figured probably medium's normal, right? If there's a subnormal, a normal, and then an abnormal, normal, then I want the normal battery. $180 for a battery. I remember when they were like $60 for a battery. Now, maybe these batteries are better than my $60 batteries. Of course, I remember when gasoline was 55 cents a gallon. So, well, anyway, Wicked, I thought you wanted to do some Broken Arrow, but if that's fine, if you don't, I got some I got some playing that I can do. Right? I mean, Jesus Christ. I get it. The American dollar is not worth as much anymore. And that's what it is. Our dollar has degraded terribly. Terribly. And that's why. And it's because we took most of our manufacturing overseas. Well, when you take it to overseas, they don't put the same love and care into it as an American would when they build something. So it becomes worthless. Or the corporation is done one of those things where they, well, we want to design this to break right after warranty. We got to have a warranty, but it'll break right after that. Okay. Okay. Yep. No problem. No problem at all. But I don't know. Shit breaks now just after the warranty's over. I mean, that's ridiculous. I have a refrigerator. It's actually not a refrigerator. I'm sorry. It's a freezer that I've had since before my wife and I got married. And that was almost 30 years ago. And my aunt and uncle had it before that. And I don't know how long they had it before they gave it to me. But it's still going. It's still going. Now, granted, I understand these corporations are like, well, if we make something last for 50 years, we're not making any more sales and we're not making any more money. No, you're right. You're not. But if you make it to only last 2 years and you get another one, people are going to get pissed. And that just means the quality of what you're doing has gone way down. So I understand why you took it overseas and let somebody else do it. So you can say, well, it wasn't us that did it. It was the quality of the parts overseas, whatever. I don't know. I'm ranting and raving. So, yeah. Well, and here's the real kicker, Wicked, is the younger generation, this is what they know. This is the quality they know, right? So they don't know that shit should last for 20 years. Oh, I buy a new car every 4 years because it goes out. Okay. Well, I know guys that have had a 1957 Chevy for 70, 100 years, right? It wouldn't be 100 years, but you know what I'm saying. A lot longer than the 4 or 5 years the car lasts. I mean, and all you can do with them nowadays, you can't go in and fix it yourself because you pop the hood and it looks like a spaceship. You can't even see the spark plugs. When you can't see the spark plugs, something's wrong. Something is wrong when you can't see the spark plugs. Anyway, let's, I think we'll save the Batusk invasion or the refinery. I think it's the refinery that we want to play. But we'll save that for when Wicked jumps in. Let's see. So I downloaded some other ones off the workshop. Operation Black Ice. Operation Backbreaker. And these are PvP 1 to 5. Now, I played one yesterday. Holy shit. All right, sorry. My wife's going to bring home lunch. She's out grocery shopping. And she wants a Wendy's burger. Oh no, that's fine, Wicked. I figured this would be more of a learning experience. We'll work together, and that way you can kind of develop your deck. That's what I've been doing with Shoopaloop when I play with him, and we could always use another person. By the way, when we get together and do that, I can let you know. And then he's got 2 other guys with him and me. That's 4, and you would be 5. So we could do a 5v5 against the computer. We only play against the computer. I don't like playing against other people because they're set in their ways. And a lot of times what happens, now we'd have our own team, which would be a good thing. But a lot of times what happens is people quit. Okay. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll run some of these easier missions down here. We'll do the official content. I think it's the refinery invasion. That one I know pretty good, and we can do that one. And you can bring in whatever deck you've created, and we'll work with it. So exactly, I'm the same way, Wicked. You fight till the end, right? But there are so many people that quit. And then the game starts sucking, especially if they quit when they're on your side. Now, if they quit on the other side, that's fine, because that just makes it easier for us. But anyway, yeah, let me put this order in really quick so my wife can pick it up. Oh, okay. Well, we can go over that, because that's kind of what I thought in the stream we'd do, is we go over and I'd explain how a deck build goes and what you're thinking, how you want to play, and what you might want, what you don't want. Good units, bad units, that kind of thing. Because I did a video that the other day, but I was just talking about it by myself, and I had a guy comment and say that was a very helpful video. So I figured, man, this would be even better video with you being there and saying, oh, I don't know if I want to play that way. Well, here's another option for you. See what I'm saying? So we can definitely do that. But just depends on how long you're going to be, whether I should start something or not. I mean, I can go in. I was working on my new battle group here. I was doing a Marine Corps Special Forces. And this guy was talking about having air superiority using this deck. But it was on a video and I hadn't finished watching it yet. All right. So my daughter doesn't want anything, so let me just place the Wendy's order here. We're having Wendy's. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and work on this battle group then, and wait for you to come in. I might give it a shot. Of course, there's in that scenario, there's not a lot of air, so there's a couple of helicopters, but I can bring in one of my other decks. All right, let's see. She wants... Yep. Drive through. I wonder what they got for chicken sandwiches. They got anything new? Tacos Fiego chicken sandwich. What the hell is that? It's a spicy chicken with sweet corn, street, not sweet, street corn spread. And what is tacos? Anybody know what tacos is? T-A-K-I-S, tacos? Cheddar cheese sauce, chili lime sauce, spicy mustard. It's a spicy chicken's bread. Holy shit, it's got a lot of spicy on it. All right, I'll try it. What the hell? It's something new, right? Spicy chicken burrito. I don't know what tacos is. All right, I'm going to have to look it up before I actually order it. Tacos. T-A-K-I-S. Tacos is a flavor. Okay. Tacos is it looks like a corn chip. All right, so it's not a flavor. It's a corn chip? What the fuck? The Tacos Fiego. Okay, Tacos Fiego. All right, maybe that's a flavor. Tacos Fiego. Spicy and intense flavor of Fiego. It still says tacos is no ordinary chip. So it's still saying it's a chip. I don't know. Because it did say it was... No, it just says it's got tacos on it. Well, what the fuck? It might have chips on it. Yeah. Might have chips on it, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Those are points. What are the offers? Hot summer meal. Free junior bacon cheeseburger with purchase. Choose 2 for $7. Single chicken spicy 10-piece nugget. Free any size fry. How much is the order? Okay, 20. All right, so let's do that. Reward. All right. Done. Well, maybe. It's thinking about it. Tacos. Okay. Well, this will be interesting. All right, there we go. Let me send that off to my wife so she has it. All right. There we go. All right. Lunch is ordered. On the way. Let's get started. I should bring that video up. Let's do that. Let's bring that video up and see how air superiority deck build. Let's just bring this up.
Ians are ridiculous. Now, air power wise, I would pick an AC-130J. And regardless of how you customize it, it's something that the enemy can't ignore. Because if you leave an AC-1 Furry on the battlefield, it's going to do a lot of freaking damage on
Yes, it will.
your forces. Especially
And I like
if
the
it
Ghost
has
Rider.
Stormbreaker or Hellfire missiles or Griffin missiles. But it's still one of the cheapest planes you can bring in a battlefield. And the important thing here, it's not something the enemy can ignore. So players can't ignore an AC-1 Furry. You can ignore a cargo plane. You can't ignore a AC-1 Furry because it's going to blow up a significant portion of your forces if you do.
I'm
And
assuming
it's
you
very
guys can
cheap
hear that.
in comparison to many, many, many other things. So that's the role of the AC-1 Furry. Whether or not you want one or two of them, that depends on what you want else in your deck. But I would bring F-22 Raptors and just fill them with AIM-260s.
Okay.
These two planes are going to dominate the air battle for you. There's very few things that can hold their own against an F-22 in general. So that is one aspect. And then you have the EA-6B Prowlers. Now, these are kind of your sacrificial planes, right? But the role they have is that they can hunt down enemy air defense. Now, you can go with either ECM or fuel pods or fuel tanks, all that. Depends on the kind of players you're dealing with. Most of the time, just going for full-on harm missiles. So having 4 harm missiles is probably really the way to go, as people have pointed out to me, and as I've come to realize myself. Because you just have that capability of hunting down air defenses. And by the way, this is where the AC-1 Furry is really good, because you can figure out where those air defenses are relatively cheaply, and then send in A6B Prowlers, which are going to take them out. They're going to die. Bear that in mind. They're going to die in the process unless you go with ACM, but survivability is less of a concern. These are cheap planes
2 ATGM
with missiles
harms.
to hunt them down. To hunt that down. Then we have the B2 Spirit, so we can only bring one. Now, if you want to use a tactical nuke, you got to understand you're going to sacrifice a lot for that kind of tactical nuclear capability. Instead, what I would recommend more so,
the cruise missiles.
what the B2 Spirit is.
Yep.
Either you go for cruise missiles because it has 16 cruise missiles, or
10,000
you can
meter
use the combination of planes to have the capability of clearing the airspace and then just dropping a massive freaking payload of bombs on the enemy. 80 in total. That is going to
8,500 pound bombs.
And not something that should be ignored in a match.
Now, he's also talking about
you can
PvP.
bring a lot of cruise missiles on something.
I like the cruise missiles.
That is a decision you can have right there.
It's 800 points, though.
Or you can have more versatility with your planes in different ways. So you can get, for instance, Harriers. They're slow as hell, actually, but they do have a pretty good air-to-ground capability in terms of the various munitions that they do have on them.
Oh, wait a second.
Or you can go with an F-18 if that's your decision, but F-18D specifically, because you wouldn't necessarily need that. But that's your personal decision on what you think is worth it from that specific perspective. Like, what do you think is important to have? Like a designation pod on a Harrier, for instance, right? As an example, if you want that,
he's not
or
picking one yet.
having a gun in an ECM pod, so you can do some.
And he went with the Spooky
gun
2
runs on
his Ghost Rider, so he got rid of this and went to the
Maverick
Spooky.
missiles.
And of course, then there's an ad. All right, so I'm gonna skip the ad. There we go.
This is just an example, but there's plenty of choices. I would say the key aspects here are the F-22s, the B-2, and the AC-1 Furry. Everything else, maybe some EA-6B Prowlers if you want to, but that depends on what you're dealing with. So yes, I've gone overboard with all of these, but that's kind of the point. But there's plenty of choices. I would.
The AV-8B2. So he went with this one also. That puts me over. But that's because he didn't put as much. I wonder if I will empty that he had 230 points. So what did he change out? He must have put Stormbreakers in. That's 250. That's 230. Okay, Stormbreakers. Where are those at? Stormbreakers right there. He has 8 Stormbreakers. They're laser-guided bombs. But I'm still over. What is... Oh, he didn't do the cruise missiles on his Spirit here. He did... 400... Yeah, he did the 80 Mark 82 500-pounders. All right, so that's how he's being able to afford this, because he's at 2230 and I'm at 2260. But his Harrier is changed out. He's got a GBU 12. Yep, he's got Mavericks. Oh, he's got 65 Mavericks. So he's took the Mavericks. In the outer pylon, he doesn't have anything. So that's his... No, because that's not right. That's... Oh. What designation pod did he do? The GAU with the ECM. So he did that one. So he's got electronic countermeasures for 220. Okay. Now he's got... And he did 2 of those. Yeah, so now he's got 2430. Yeah, okay, that's what I've got. All right, well, I'll leave it with... I'm going to go with his deck.
Are the F-22s, the B-2, and the AC-130. Everything else, maybe some EA-6B Prowlers if you want to, but that depends on what you're dealing with. So yes, I've gone overboard with all of these, but that's kind of the point over here. Recon capability. Having drones...
He's got 65... Well, he just took drones. Let me grab those. Oops. Yeah, recon drones. He just took 2 of those. No, 1 for right now. But in his overall, let me back it up a little bit here. He has 6,500 points. And I've got 6,335, so I'm missing something. What am I missing?
But that's your personal design. 2 and the AC-1 for RQ-170, and then let's say 2 Reaper drones is pretty useful. You can put Stinger missiles and AT missiles on Reapers. In fact, you can probably saturate the airspace with a lot of these. These are very, very cheap in comparison. Like 135 points for this kind of attack capability is pretty useful, though keep in mind drones do have a tendency of, dying very quickly. Then you have Green Berets. So with Green Berets, you do have a bunch of different option. So a rocket launcher, a grenade launcher, right here. It depends on what kind of capability you want. You can focus more on close quarters, you can focus more on long range, though you do have close quarters capability over here with some other things. So maybe going with the flash right there, and getting the silent hawk is one of the keys, because these transport helicopters are going to be pretty fantastic. I would get some Ranger snipers with anti-material rifles. They're not going to be great, far from it. You can even put them put them on foot to save yourself some points, because you're going to have plenty of capability. Or you can go with little birds, get some helicopters right there for them. You can also go with forced recon, so green ops versus black ops right there, if you want that kind of capability right there. So just 2 snipers, 4 green berets, 2 forced recon on foot. Just, an example right there. Or you can put them in an LAV if you want to. But then we get to the infantry, the true winners right here. And you have a bunch of choices, but yeah, Delta Force is really great in a lot of ways, so I'd probably prefer getting them to have standoff capability right there.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube.
Again.
And YouTube Music Premium.
Get free of them.
Again with the
They're
ads.
going to do a pretty good job. And then you have AT missiles, so the Cat Sabers, right there. With
All right, hold on. Yeah, I agree with the Cat Saber. Some of this stuff I don't necessarily agree on. So he went with the Dragoon. He didn't go Dragoon. He went Sabers. That's Javelin. So what did he change over? Oh, he's not on that one. Okay, he's on this one. He went this route. These are the Cat Sabers. I agree with that, yeah. Okay, and the Delta Force, he did 3 of them. And then 3 of the Silent Hawks. So he's really trying to sneak around the back.
different kinds of options right there, so you can get either Bushmaster rocket launcher, or you can just go with the AVP. Yeah, weird names, I know. But yeah, just get a bunch of AT missiles right there, just 4 of them, overfly attack. They're going to be great. You do have Marine Raiders, and Marine Raiders, best as I can tell, are amazing in terms of close quarters combat. Like, they're just freaking ridiculous. They have those shotguns. Like, you do want these guys, and you do want them probably for close quarter.
All right, what did he do on the AAVP? Why did he take that one over the Bushmaster? That doesn't make any sense. It's not. Is it faster? No. The APV is faster. Plus, you can put the Bushmaster autocannon on it. That helps with infantry, anti-infantry. So I'm going that way. I don't care what he says. Or was the other one? Did the other one have? No, it didn't have an APS on it. So, yeah, I don't think the Saber. You're gonna have the Sabers, 4 of them. And 4. I'm gonna do 4 of these Bushmasters. Yeah, it is 15 points more, but then he's got the Raiders, Marine Raiders with AV PNs. Oh, there he is.
Hello?
Hello. We were just going over this deck, so I'm gonna pause it right there.
Oh.
Go back to that later. How are you? So, is this a brand new 4-wheeler that you got, or is it a used one? Oh, you said it had 200 hours or 20 hours on it or something. Yeah.
20 hours, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's not bad.
Nope, not too shabby.
All right. And thanks, Bill Beto, for letting me know that you could hear that. So, sorry.
So should I even mess with the building a thing now, or play a game and then figure out what I want to do?
Well, the only deck you have is the basic deck, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that'd give me an idea of what.
Yeah.
'Cause,
I mean,
haven't even figured out like the whole radar and stuff.
right. And I can help with that on the fly. You basically need to decide how you want to play. If you want to be the guy that surges forward and takes on the front and just kicks ass, or do you want to be the support guy who lobs artillery? So the kick-ass guy, he's making points left and right because he's just sending his tanks up to the front and his APCs and all that, and he's just engaging the enemy head on. Okay, and when you destroy an enemy, you get points for that. Okay, so the more enemies you destroy, the more points you get. Where in a support role, like if you want to do artillery, it requires a little bit more attention because you have to hotkey your artillery so you can select on the battlefield where you want your artillery to land or where you want it to attack.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you're
so I was doing that on the campaign missions I did.
yeah.
So yeah, that was kind of what I was looking at, like being in the back row.
Okay.
Like, as far as
As support?
supporting, air defense, throwing in a couple units to just back up people.
Yep.
But like I said, I don't know how the radar works. Like I watched a couple videos,
Sure.
and they were like turning the radar on and off. I
Correct.
didn't know if that made you visible or something.
So what it is when you have like a Patriot missile battery, okay, it has to use radar. And as the radar's on, if they bring in a plane, or I think there's even a helicopter that has an anti-radiation missile, it's called a HARM, H-A-R-M.
Yeah.
Okay, so what that does is it homes in on the radar. That's why they turn it off. So you'd want to set a hotkey. Now, that's great for playing against other people because they will do that. The computer, if you're playing against just the computer and you're doing, you're just doing scenarios or you're doing skirmishes, okay? Skirmishes are meant, skirmishes are just strictly against the AI. And scenarios are ones that maybe somebody has made or they have some official scenarios. Those are what it would be like to play PvP, but not against. You can have it open. You can open it up and let other people come in and play the enemy. It's a different can of worms when you play against another human because they have different strategies in mind. Like the computer.
So I'm assuming the AI doesn't really go for the rockets, the arm rockets.
They don't. I haven't seen it yet, and that's all I've been playing is PvE.
Even if they did, as long as you're paying attention, like while you have it up, if you just monitor that, you can shut it off, and then obviously the rocket would lose its tracking.
Right. But so far, I haven't had to shut mine off.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any harm missiles come in. That's not saying that it wouldn't do it. There might be a specific scenario that it's designed that way. But we've been playing mainly skirmishes. Skirmishes are your attack and capture points and hold those points, and that's how you win the game. What's that?
Let's go. Hold on one second.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think we should build him a deck. I really do. And I think I should talk him through it and see what he likes and what he doesn't like. I think that'll make it a better playthrough, and then we'll play a skirmish. Because the scenarios, we could do this scenario. This wouldn't be a bad one for him to learn on. And that'll give him an idea of what he wants to do and what he doesn't want to do. And this one really isn't that. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll just let him. I think we should build him a deck. I really do. So as soon as he comes back, we'll build him a deck, and I'll use one of mine that I've already made because I've got a couple I want to try out, and I got to try out this new one. So I want to finish up watching that video first. But I've got my armored airborne, which is kind of like my hammer deck. There's a little bit of aircraft in it, but not a lot. It's mainly meant to go in not the scenarios, but the skirmishes. Oh, and I've got some artillery in there too, and air defense. Now maybe I won't do that one. That's my armored airborne. My airborne Marines. That one's got a little bit more air power. This one has a lot of anti-air.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, I think we should make you a deck. It sounds to me like you know what you want to do, and I think we should we'll just make it together, and I'll explain the differences between the stuff and how it works. So, are you in game right now?
Yeah, I'm in the deck builder.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, make a new battle group. So, when you're looking at choosing 2 specializations, that's where it tells you how many points you're going to have in each group. So, I would suggest almost staying with something that's going to give you a little bit of everything. So like if you look at special forces, there's no vehicles and no support. Okay? So it gives you a lot in reconnaissance, infantry, helicopters, and aircraft, which is a good thing to have. And then because it's got no helicopters because it got no vehicles and support, you want to stay away from something that doesn't have let's see, which one was that? Oh, I guess it's just helicopters, yeah. Everything else already has vehicles and support.
Cavalry and then either armored or airborne. Or I guess
okay, if you go cavalry and armored, you got no helicopters.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
So,
and helicopters are nice.
So either Marine Corps or... I'm going to go Marine Corps. So I'm going to go... Yeah, alright, I got it.
Okay, what did you end up going? Marine
Corps and
Strikers?
Cavalry,
okay. All right, I'm going to do a deck with you, but I'm not going to keep it.
Okay.
So, yeah, that gives you quite a bit of points. Not a lot in helicopter, but that's fine. You got a little bit more aircraft. Aircraft are very intensive to work with if you don't want to lose them. Jeez!
Yeah.
Good, Cap. Oh, dude, this is called Broken Arrow. It is a RTS, real-time strategy game, modern-day combat. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to create a battle group here. And I would say probably, Wicked, you probably want to start off, since you want to be support, let's start off in your support category, okay? So being in support, you want to provide air cover. So I would definitely take the 2 Patriots that are available.
Yep, I already already clicked them.
Okay, so the difference between the 2 and the 3. Okay, now you know about the customizations, right?
Yeah, that's what
the custom weapon package, yeah. So you can customize the 2 or the 3, or which one is it? Okay, maybe I already customized mine. I did. 16 missiles. Don't worry about defense or armor package. The self-defense and the armor is useless on these because they die really quickly. They only have 10 points of health. That's it. And even if you up armor them, it gives you 12. Big deal for a cost of 5 points. So 1 missile is going to take it out. Now, the pack 3...
this gives me 20. So it takes from 10 to 30.
Let's see. This one's 16 mag. And this one's 12 magazine size. So, yeah, there's the pack 3 and there's the pack 3 MSE. The difference is the range. Okay. Now, the Pack 3 gives you 16 missiles, but it's only 3,200 range. And the MSE gives you 12 missiles, but it's 3,600 range. So it reaches out a little further.
So
the missiles are about the same.
Yeah, so my thinking on that is, since the top one can have, or has less range, not beef it up as much because it's going to be closer to action.
Mm-hmm.
The one that's farther back, you'd want to have more points into it because it's going to be harder for them to get to your back row.
Right. And here's the thing. So with the extra range, I mean, yes, it's only, 32 to 36. It's only 400 meters. That's not a lot of difference. You're going to want to keep these towards the back anyway, quick enough that you can run a supply truck out to it and run. So you don't want it in the supply truck area. You want it next to it. So because they'll take out the supplies, but it won't take out your rig. But if your rig is there getting supplies and they hit it, you're losing everything.
Yeah, so I'd plan on just having a truck dedicated for like my back line
mm-hmm.
and just keep picking up the supplies and moving them to said units, unless I know that they've been spotted.
So
then I'll move everything.
Against AI, you don't have to move them. AI never tracks it down. But against another person, absolutely. They will look at where your missiles came from, and they will send artillery there. They'll bombard the shit out of that area, thinking that most people don't move it once it shoots. So as soon as you see it shoot, if you're in a PvP match, you want to move it. So two different schools of thought there. I play only AI, so I never move it. So I get it somewhere, and I set it down, and I set the supplies next to it, and when I run out of missiles, I just move it over just a little bit, let it resupply, and then move it back over. Just in case they find my supplies and blow it up, I don't lose my Patriot at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the AI thought. So now they may change that later. They may add onto it the fact that, they'll target these, and then you just got to start moving it like in PvP. But if you play a PvP match and you don't move them, they're gone. I guarantee it. So, I would take a couple of those. I would, even if you take all four, move two of them up closer to the front and two of them in the back. And then you've got total anti-air, anti-missile coverage. So, I mean, they're 300 a point.
Yeah. So probably what I'm going to do on the first deck, I'm probably just going to take one of each.
Sure. See what it's like. Yeah. That's fine. And then as far as anti-air here, the best unit that I've come across is and it's cheap, is either the LAVAD that's got stingers on it, or the MML, which is a stinger truck. They both have about the same amount of health, but the LAV has a 25 millimeter Gatling gun. So if it comes up against, say, an infantry, okay, it can defend itself. Where the other one,
I don't have the second one you said.
The MML Stinger.
No,
it's in the third row, second one in.
Yeah. I lied. I have it.
Yeah. I was going to say, we got the same battle group. So that one has a lot more missiles, but they're strictly air, and you got to watch out for infantry getting close to it. It's a good little unit, a good little rig. It's quick. It goes 95 miles an hour. Oh, I guess the LAV does 100, so they're about the same.
So, which one's better, the Stinger or the Sidewinders?
Where are you seeing Sidewinders?
Yeah. On the MML. If you...
Oh, yeah, you can change them to the Sidewinders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Stingers...
longer range.
Yeah, and the Stingers also do, it looks like, anti-missile.
Yeah, but you're gonna have your Patriots for the missiles.
Yeah.
So I would want this just for air. So I would. Everything I'm reading, like penetration's better. They're gonna eat up more supply. They got better range.
Yep.
And Sidewinders do 13 damage instead of 8. So I'm gonna put those on.
Yeah. Well, and the Sidewinders are also anti-missile.
Yeah.
So it'll do a little bit more damage. So most planes, when you look at planes, now I'm not looking at I'm looking at American planes. Most planes have around 20 health. So one missile is not going to take that plane out. Plus, most planes have some sort of anti-air chaff or flare. So, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know. Now this deck doesn't have the big mortars on them. So what this deck has is the multi-launcher missile launchers. So you're
I mean, it's got the Striker down there, but
yeah, but the Striker, the Striker. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Striker. What's the range on that? Range on those 4,000, and the MLRS is 6,000 and 2,100. So now the difference between them is the Strikers will shoot fairly quickly. The missile launcher takes a little bit, but if you're playing against a computer and he takes over a box, an objective, they usually sit in that objective. So without having recon, if you can't see it, you know there's going to be units in there. You just know there is. Okay. So with that being said, you can use the missile launcher. I don't use it. I use the actual artillery. The missile launchers take a little bit to spool up, but they do a massive amount of damage, and then they have to reload. So you always have to have supply with them. Always, always, always. You have to resupply them right after they shoot. Where I always keep a supply underneath my artillery. So Striker may be the way to go. It's just those are a front range because they're only 4,000 yards. They're a front end. You got to get them pretty close to the front line. So you got to just be weary that you may have to move them. Now they're quick though. They're 100 miles an hour travel. So they can move fairly quickly.
The Centurion C-Ram isn't better at air.
Yeah, it sucks. I actually had it.
I fucking love the gun that's on there.
Oh yeah, the Sea-Wiz. Yeah, I love it too, but it's shit. Now it's not shit for close air support. You know, I mean, if you plant it near like your LAVs, I think that's what you took, the LAVs, right? For the anti-air, the Stingers. No,
I took the
MMLs. The MMLs. Yeah. Okay. So if you park it near that, as a plane comes in, if that can't take it out, that Sea-Wiz will go off and finish it. But by that time, they probably already shot their missile or dropped their bomb. So it's one of those. But I mean, it's supposed to be able to take out missiles, air, helicopters, which is nice, and then ground targets. Okay, so if you got infantry approaching, it's a good defense for your MML. So it's not bad to have, but there's other units that can work. That's why I like the LAVs, which is what I was saying about the LAV ADs, is it has a Gatling gun on it, and that will protect you against infantry, helicopters, and vehicles. So you're going to have to pair up something with your surface-to-air missile MML to protect it. Otherwise, you know, because it's got, what do we say? It's got 2,100 range. So it's not too bad, but you're still going to have it closer to the front line to keep your front line protected, because that's the whole idea behind anti-air, is to keep them protected from the air. So there's also your LAVMs, which are a little mortar unit. It's an 81 millimeter mortar. That's got a range of 1,800, but what I like to use it for is the smoke. Because you can have it run with your tanks and then smoke out in front of your tanks and then get your tanks right up to the objective point. And when the smoke clears, all of a sudden it sees all the vehicles there and just starts out, your units just start blasting. So I really like that. I just, you know,
I got my support
okay.
to
All right.
the points it needs.
Okay. Now you can go 10% over the points that are listed. So
Yeah, I'm
like,
at,
you know that. Okay. Yeah.
I'm at 80 over 50. So
Yep. 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 Okay.
Just this midge over it.
Recon, I would definitely bring in Predators,
Yep.
your Predator drones, and I would just they can only carry 2 Hellfires, but what I like to do is I like to use these for spotting because they have a 4,000 range, because your little Shadow only has a 2,000 meter range for viewing. So I like to throw these Predators out there, but I put 1 Hellfire and 1 Stinger. Or I guess it's 2 Stingers. 2 Stingers and 1 Hellfire. And the reason is because if it's out front and they bring in a plane or a helicopter comes in, it can take them out. And I take all 4 of those. And you can take the Shadows too. They're cheap. You know, because when you run out of Predators, then you won't have any recon in the air. So, and as support, recon is probably your number 1 priority. So and then on top of that, you can do the Scouts. They have a 1750 range. Your snipers are probably your best to have. You just got to get them in a. Yep. They have 2,000 range and they're sneaky. That's the max you can have is a 3 for stealth. But I mean, the Scouts aren't bad. They're at a 2.5, so they're still pretty sneaky. And then your Force Recon, if you team it up with that Lav and add the armor and smoke to it, then they last pretty well. And your Recon already has an anti-tank. It's got a medium machine gun. Oh, no, it's got the marksman's rifle. Where did I change mine? I think I changed mine. Black Ops. No, that's the Law. Yeah, no, I left mine as the Green Ops. So it's got the marksman's rifle. So it's kind of like a sniper, the marksman's rifle. But then it's got the grenade launcher, the 40 millimeter grenade launcher. So up to you on that. The big thing you want to look for is the vehicle can hold 6 and your Force Recon is 6 people. Snipers are in groups of 2. So if you put them in a Humvee, that's really fast. They're 115. Yep.
I got my snipers in the Humvee because I plan on putting 2 of them in a Humvee to move them up to do scouting,
recon.
And then I got my Force Recon in the LAV Scout.
Well, here's the other thought process. If you take a Venom helicopter, it will haul 8 people and supplies. So what I usually do with my recon, with my snipers especially, I load them up in the Venom, and then I put supplies in with them, and I run them to the back really quick, and I drop them in a remote location, drop the supplies also. That way I've got supplies back there. Now, you don't have to take a lot, like 300-400, you know, just so if your snipers take damage, you can run back and get them refilled, because they can refill the number of people, which is kind of stupid. It's like, oh, I have a sliver of health, but I can go back and get full health. Snipers also, you want to make sure that as soon as you deploy them, you turn them off to not shoot unless shot. So there's one button that you click that says don't fire unless fired upon. So until it becomes seen, you don't want to fire. Otherwise, what they do is they sit there and they become a sniper and they'll start sniping units. Well, that just drawing attention. Yeah. And the whole idea is you want them back there to do back area recon. But the helicopter gets them there the quickest. Even if you lose the helicopter, you know, when it's coming back or whatever, you still got your guys out there first thing, and you almost run them out right at the beginning of the battle. But you got to watch, you got to know where the air is at, the anti-air is at. That's the biggest thing. I like to what am I trying to say? I like to run something in front of it to show that, to see where the anti-air is at, so I can get my snipers out there. Or you run them on the ground, like you said, because at the beginning of the battle, depending on what we decide to play, if we decide to play a scenario, there's units already on the field. If we decide to play a skirmish, they have to move in like we have to move in to the objectives. So that's usually the best way is you're playing skirmishes. Plus, the skirmishes give you experience towards you, and the scenarios don't. The scenarios are just fun play. I like to use them because I like to do them solo because I can pause and then stop and think, or if I have to get up and do something, I can pause. But the skirmishes, there's no pausing. There's no getting up and going to the bathroom. There's no getting coffee once you start. So, and then vehicles, that's kind of your choice. I like the Bookers, to be honest with you. But I upgrade the gun to the 105. Because I think it starts with in vehicles. I'm on vehicles, the Booker. The Booker starts with the autocannon. First thing I do is I change that one to the 105. So it's more like an Abrams.
Yeah.
And then you have the M1s, which are Abrams. Always, whenever you can, make sure you get the Iron Fist active. Anything that says active protection. So what that does is if a missile comes in from an ATG or anti-tank missile comes in, it will fire an explosive charge in front of it and blow it up before it hits you. But there's probably about a 4 to 5 second reload time on those. So it's like the first missile that comes in, you get a freebie on. Your M1s have 4 of them typically. These, if you do the trophy active, and okay, so the M1A1HC does not have an active protection system. I wouldn't even bother with those because the first missile is going to take it out, especially if it's top down. The M60 doesn't have it either. Unit variant, yeah. The battleships are nice. You put a couple of tows. You put tows on those. They're a pretty good anti-tank platform to run around. And of course, your strikers are an anti-tank. And I would switch from the tow A's to the tow B's. The tow B's are a top down. And that's where the armor is the weakest on any tank. And I haven't used the Striker MGS.
I know. She never of anything.
It does have the trophy system on it, though. And it has a 105 millimeter cannon. So it's kind of like a really fast tank. And they're cheap. You put the trophy on them, and they're 125 each. So, it depends on what you want to do with your armor. And there again, it also depends on what you want to use them for. If you want to use them for taking and holding one spot, or if you want to advance with them. So everything's about advancement. You still have to move. You still have to move up and all that. So, and then what do we got? Helicopters and air. So the difference between the stallions, the Sea King and the Super Stallion, one's faster, and the other one hauls more. Or no, I guess the Sea King, the King Stallion, hauls more and is faster. And it sees further. And they both haul 30 people. So I don't know why you'd ever want to go with a Super Stallion when you go with a Sea King. Because they both can have heavy machine guns or miniguns, and I like the miniguns on them, just so they have a little bit of protection. But I would definitely take the King Stallions for delivering supplies. The Ospreys now, those are nice. They're quick, they're fast, but they take forever to land. A Sea King can come in, drop the load off, and then take right off again. The Sea King's got to come in, or the Osprey's got to come in, invert its rotors, and then descend. A lot of times it gets taken out when it's descending. And of course, your Hueys, your UH-1 Venoms, they can haul 2,500. That's a good quick resupply if you need to run something out there. I mean, it's just a Huey, but you can put miniguns on it. And then on the pylons, you can put, I like to use the Hydra rockets, not the guided, because the guided has to be laser guided. So you have to have somebody spotting for it that has a laser designator that can turn a laser on the unit. So that's a lot more management. You know, you have to go out there, you have to find the unit, you have to laser designate a target. Then you have to bring in this guy, and hopefully they don't get seen while they're laser designating, just to use guided rockets. And of course, the Cobra and the Vipers, there's not a lot of difference between the two. I like the Viper personally over the Cobra.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah. And of course, I use them as Hellfire platforms. So I always just take the Hellfires on all of it. And then I put, I think I used to put the 122 sidearms on them. But their range is what? 3,000? And the Sidewinder is 2,100. Let's see, damage. Maybe that's what it was. Damage is 11. The Sidewinder is 13. That's what it was. That's why I took the Sidewinder. Because it's got 13 damage, so it will take a plane down to half before, but I don't know. The Sidewinder just seems to be a better overall. Doesn't have the range that the sidearm does, but I suppose you might be able to get 2 sidearms off. Of course, that's all it's got. So it's probably going to fire both of them if a plane comes in.
So with the helicopters, if I send them to drop, whether it be infantry or supplies, and then I return them to base, how long is it before I can send them out again? So
it depends on the unit. Usually, minimum I've seen is like 60 seconds. So when you bring them back to base and you go up and you look like you want to bring it in again, there'll be a little countdown timer ticker. Usually the more expensive an item is, the longer it takes for it to come back in. But I've seen 60 seconds to 5 minutes, depending on what you're talking about. Like when you get into the air and you do like the B-52 Stratofortress, I mean, it's a nice plane that delivers a payload, but it takes like 5 minutes once it's gone out to come back in again. So it's not something that comes back in right away. Most of your planes are that way. And with the plane selections you got, you definitely want to take, which is the one, is this the one with the harms? Yeah. You definitely want to take the AE-6B Prowler. That's the last one of the last one on top row.
Oh, I'm still on the helicopter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, helicopters are just kind of what do I want to use them for? I stay away from the Ospreys a lot, just because they're so slow. But like if you use it like right at the very beginning, then they're not bad because it brings in a lot of troops, a lot of supplies, and you can take them to a really quick area, like an outside AO that we would need to take over. drop troops off and then leave, and it has the time to drop down, drop the troops, and then get out of there. Where if it's under battle and it's into the battle more often, I'll use my King Stallion. Because they're about the same price. Of course, like I said, I always go with the miniguns just because it sounds cooler when it goes off. And it's got 8,000 rounds. Brrr, it just sounds so cool. And the Osprey's got a minigun also, so you know, either way. And then, we'll play a scenario, and then you can come back and then tweak it, and say, oh, I didn't like using that, or I didn't use it at all.
I want a couple planes for
anti-air.
Yep. Give me 8 shots with that.
So your best one there, I think, is your 18.
Yeah. So I got the FA-18 set up for air.
No, I take that back. Well, yeah. So, like I said, you definitely want a Prowler because you want those harm missiles, and that's 3 of them. You can set that up so it carries nothing but harms. Now the F-16 CJ right below it, you can put a harm on it also. You can only put 2. Oh, but it carries 2 pods, so that's 4. But it's worth $350 versus $235. That's why I like the Prowler. Prowler is a little slower. It's only 820 miles an hour. Oh no, yeah, and this one's 8. This one's okay. I said that wrong. It's 540 is the Prowler, and then the 16 is 800 miles an hour. So it'll get into the battle quicker. So it just depends. I like to use the F-16. I don't know, which one is it? The Falcon. I think it's the Falcon. No, it is the Hornet for my anti-air. Yeah. I get rid of the Zuni rockets and I put more AMRAAMs on it. So I have 2 different kinds of planes. I have one plane that does nothing but anti-air, and I never bring it in unless they bring in air. Then I'll bring mine in. And the other one I use is the harms. And that's pretty much all I use the air for. Unless I have like a B-52 or one of the AC-130 gunships.
Yeah.
But your deck doesn't have a gunship. It has a Harvest Hawk, which is just a delivery, 20,000 pounds. So it can deliver supplies really, not really fast because it's slower than the Harrier. But it can deliver a lot of supplies. 20,000 supplies is huge. So you can do a central dump and then have trucks run and go grab some and move it to wherever you need it. Now the F-35 is not a bad rig to have. I usually put smart bombs in it. The JSOWs, 1,000 pounders. I think I can carry 2. And that's a good little, I see a couple of tanks and I want to get rid of them. I just send in my F-35. Plus, it's pretty stealthy at 1.75. And it's got a 12,000 yard range viewing or recon range, so it can see units. So what I usually do is I run it in there, and the JSOWs have a range. They're a bomb, so it's got to come in, and it's a. Well, it is a low. What do they call those? High drag. And we don't have any of those. One of those really like is the snake eaters, snake eyes. Yeah, and that's on the Eagle. The F-16 Falcon, or the F-16 Fighting Falcon. That one I like to load up with snake eyes. all the pylons that I can with snake eyes. So it carries 12 snake eyes. That if you want to bomb and carpet bomb an area, snake eyes are the way to go. And the snake eyes are what's called a high drag bomb. So you come in low to the ground, and when they drop, they open these fins up that slow it down. So the plane can get past the bomb area before the bombs go off. And then plus it's got a couple AMRAAMs on it, and some 20 millimeter Gatling gun. So that's a good one if you want a bomber. Just equip it with snake eyes. So when you go to a bomb, like a 2,000-pound bomb, like a Mark 84, they go high in the air. Well, once they go high in the air, that's when, like your Patriots can see you better. So there again, it depends on whether you're playing against the people or against the AI. So when I first got this game, I got it as a last September during a demo period. I played nothing but PvP and learned my lesson on how people play and what people do. And then when this came out, they said there's going to be a lot more AI. And I got it, and I thoroughly enjoy playing against a computer. But not saying I'd be really good at PvP. Not with the decks I have, anyway.
Okay.
And then I was going to say, with the Strato Fortress, with the B-52, I would go nothing but cruise missiles on those. 12 cruise missiles, because you can just have it sit in the very back, because your cruise missiles have a 10,000 meter range. So you just, as soon as you bring it in, wherever it comes in at, just spawn it right there and leave it, and then go out and you hit P for precision strike, and you just take that P, hold down shift, and just start clicking all the targets you see, and it'll send a cruise missile to that spot, and it'll blow up whatever's there. And it's got 60, like I said, it's got, or I guess 12 of them. No. You can have 20. And I wouldn't worry about the designation pod, because the designation pod is a laser, but you don't want your super fortress circling in the air, spotting infantry units. You just want it to fire all those missiles, fire all those cruise missiles, and get the hell out. Plus, it's 900 points. So that eats up half your budget for your air power. And air's not cheap to begin with. So, Cheese, I hope that kind of explains the way the game works and all the different units that we have. And if you like RTSs, this is probably, in my opinion, the best one out there. So, question is, do you want to play a scenario or do you want to play a skirmish? So, okay, a scenario is going to have an objective. So it's going to say, okay, take these 2 points. As soon as you take those 2 points, then it's going to say, okay, now take these 3 points. And then you go take those 3 points. Okay? That's a scenario. A skirmish is going to be, here's 7 points out there. You've got to take them over. And then the computer is going to try to take them over. And we got to hold those points longer than the computer does to get a victory. So I would say we should play a scenario, because it gives us more time to talk and realize what our units are doing. And then once you become familiar with your deck, then we'll go to a skirmish, because with a skirmish, I'm going to have to be concentrating on what I'm doing,
right?
Not what you're doing. Where with a scenario, I can help you out because we're working together on it. So. And I think what we'll do is we'll just do the refinery mission.
Points in here somewhere.
And I don't remember if I hit play and then invite you, or if I have to invite you first. I don't remember how that works.
So you can't go over your total by any amount then.
10,000. 10,000 is your limit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's close as I'm getting then.
Yeah, if you don't spend it all, that's not a problem, but at 10,000 is your limit. Now, if you have a little bit to play with, that's when you can go back through your deck and you can tweak it where you go, oh, I want this guy to have some protection. You know, you want to have him to have a heavy machine gun.
I can't even, I have 50 points to work with.
Ah, gotcha.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me go
Yep.
get a drink.
Okay.
See what's going on with his four-wheeler, and then
Sure.
start it up.
Sounds great. Yeah, I'm going to see how Airborne Marines. Which one do I want to bring in? Airborne Marines. That one I'm not done with. Oh, yeah, I am. I don't have any helicopters. Armored Striker.
I'm sure I can't trust you.
Thank you.
I didn't do it. It came like that. Oh. Let's go for sauce. You can't eat that. It has no sauce. No, I'm pretty sure I threw that away.
No, I just saw one.
Probably is old.
Well, that's a possibility.
It's okay.
No, I don't know.
These are robots.
Cat. I don't know.
Robots are Bless you. See, robots will take over the world. They can't be this simple thing about it.
I think I'll try this. I got the Armored Striker.
You got food too.
I've got some Predator drones.
So they should be looking at you, not me.
Maybe they wanted you to share the goodies from the one you threw away.
I don't have him no more. He's gone. It's gone. I don't have it anymore. You should go look at Mom. Go look at Mom.
Yeah.
I don't have it anymore.
Well,
All right.
I had water in it this morning, sweetie.
I know, I'm just bitching.
It's hot out there. They probably drank it all.
I know, I'm just bitching.
I still don't know how to get him
Well, I'm
in.
able. You're bitching.
No, I'm going to hit play and see what it's going to take to get him in. Oh, I wonder if I have to do as a skirmish and then select the scenario. I bet you that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be what it is. Okay. So I have to do it as a skirmish, and then I have to do it as a skirmish. Play a scenario. There we go. And then select USA Refinery. Now how do I bring somebody in then? Armored Striker.
What?
Charity's boy toy is now official girlfriend.
Now if I
That was
play it,
official last night, so she just called
does that
before you got home.
give me an option to bring him in first?
I can no longer call him my toy.
Oh, you could.
Yeah, it's not fair.
Or I load a skirmish, bring him in, and select a scenario. It may be the way we have to do it. Yep. That's exactly where we got to do it. All right. So we play a skirmish. Private lobby. But I want to select, because there's the invite right there. But there's no skirmishes. So how the hell do we play a skirmish match? How do I play a skirmish? These are skirmishes. Standard matches, skirmish matches. I'm not seeing any scenario matches. Well, maybe I can't play scenarios. I thought we could though. Official content scenario refiner. I know we did. I know we can. So how do I invite the people here? Because it says right here, multiplayer scenario. Click to add a picture. Huh. All right, well, that's what Google's for. Join a multiplayer lobby. Okay, oh, join multiplayer lobby. Choose a scenario. So I want to create a lobby. And choose a scenario. That's how we do it. I knew there was a way. Then I choose this scenario. Yeah. Refinery Invasion.
He was looking for a top, huh? Hey, just so you know, there's Pepsi in that open Coke
Tidal Wave.
package. It's masquerading as Coke.
Is this the
I just wanted
Official?
to get it into a smaller box.
Refinery Invasion? I think this is the official one.
It's Pepsi masquerading as Coke. I just moved the big box, the stuff from the big box of Pepsi.
Oh, are you talking about the flavored one?
Don't know. I thought I put it in a regular Coke box.
I was talking about regular Coke.
It's just a Coke box. It's Pepsi.
I'll figure it out.
And we're going to go. No. We're going Armored Airborne? Is that the one we're going? Yeah, why not? Let's go Armored Airborne. No, this isn't the one I wanted. Armored Striker. Because he's going to do support. I don't have any helicopters in this. Armored Striker. All right, so this Takis chicken sandwich for Wendy's, not the greatest. Oh, the invitation copied my clipboard. And that is Discord, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think this is actually the mission. Because there's the Russian version and the American version of the refinery. And there's the Russian version of the power plant. But there's not an American version of the power plant. But I downloaded some new ones. So we got some other choices. Black Ice, Iron Siege. I want to try this Peace one. Oh, and I've got to play their particular unit. Okay, I don't want to do that. We're going to do the refinery invasion. I like that one. What? So Wicked went AFK there for a second. And now he went idle, so he'll have to come back into Discord. But he's checking on his boy and his new four-wheeler, so that's pretty cool. All right, so we got him to create his deck. I think I'm done with this sandwich. Like I said, it's okay. Not the greatest. Definitely had better. Now I know that tacos is just a chip. It looks like it's just a spicy chip. All right, guys, sorry for the delay. We're just waiting on Wicked to come back in before we get started here. So for those of you who have not seen this game before, this is an RTS, real-time strategy, war game, modern-day war game, U.S. versus the Russians, basically. Although I'm looking to create my own. I want to do like a Civil War type thing, where you've got Americans versus Americans, and see how that works out. So what is this one? That's Discord, and that one's a copy plain URL. Okay. And then once the boys get back, Snoopaloop or Shoopaloop and his boys, Bearded Flamingo, and his other pal, then we'll have 5 now. That'll be fun. We got all 5 of us together against the AI and see how that goes. That'll be fun. Because, see, I have no idea. Is this Dimitri and Scott? No idea what these guys are going to bring in or what the AI is like. It's interesting that the Russian guy is Scott. Because I didn't change, because this is U.S., so it's U.S. versus Russia. So this all should be Russia, even though his name's Scott. Maybe it's like Skotlovich. Skotlovich. Yeah, we can take a look at my stats while we're sitting here. Oh, there he is. He's back.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
No.
Spoiler kept dying whenever you give it gas, so
Oh.
took longer than I thought. Which, I mean, the guy said that it hasn't ran in a long time, so I mean it needs the cobwebs blown out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, what do I do
All right.
to join you?
So in Discord, I sent you the link. All you do is click on that link. I DM'd you. And then it'll come up with a a window on your browser, and then you click on that to join. And if you need to put the password in, I put the password there, but I didn't think it did because I'm sending you an invite. So yeah. All right, so choose your deck. And we're going up against 2 AI. It didn't give me a choice. It was it was automatic 2 AI.
I don't know. Why? I have no idea. It doesn't have a speedometer on it. Just go ride your 4-wheeler.
How old's your boy?
8.
8, yeah. 10 billion questions.
I know he's. Well, how fast it go? I have no freaking idea.
That's because Dad, he wants to text his friends and say, "I was going 50 miles an hour."
Oh no, he does not have a phone yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Good.
that kind of dad.
Yes. Oh, I was the same way. There
is no reason an 8-year-old needs a phone.
I'm going to tell
He has
you.
a tablet, a VR, an Xbox. He doesn't need a phone yet.
Yeah, the horrors of having a phone that young is that they start thinking, "Oh, we can take pictures of private parts." I'm telling you.
Yeah, even without that shit, there's just that.
Oh,
If you give me a arguable reason as to why you need a phone, okay, then we'll talk about it.
yeah. Now, once they got to the point where they were, like where I could, I could let him go to his buddy's house for, he'd just call me up and say, "Hey, can I go to my buddy's house?" Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's when I started.
Or
that was like
whenever
10
they're
or
old
12.
enough and they're home by themselves.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Because
Yep.
now if something happens, you need to be able to contact me.
Exactly. Now, I don't know why it kicked you down into the wait list.
Oh fuck. I don't know. Oh, I clicked it. That's why. I thought that was the ready up.
Oh no, ready up's up top. There we go.
Okay, I got it.
All right, here we go. All right, so this one's pretty straightforward. It's you advance to take over 2 spots, but I'm going to explain where there's some units that we need to take care of, and then we'll see how best we can do that with the forces that we have. Because I took a thing that doesn't have any helicopters, so I have no helicopter power at all.
I have 2.
Okay. Well, but there's a lot of ground running. And then once we capture the first 2 points, they move the ground insertion point up closer to us. If this is the one I'm thinking it is. Why it says airport, maybe this isn't the map I'm thinking. So I may rethink my strategy entirely.
Are we? I'm assuming we're blue, correct?
Yes, we are blue. Yes. No, this is it. We capture A, B, then we capture A, B. Then we've got A, B, C, and then A and B. It goes in waves. So the first A, B is on, now I can't show you. But anyway, yeah, you see A right there and B right there. Okay. And we start off right down here in the lower corner. So that's our insertion points. And then, of course, helicopter and air, you can see the insertion points along the bottom of the map. All right, so I'm going to tell you right now, there is on these ridges. Now, if you hold C, okay, you can see the Charlie button. If you hold C, you can see the elevation. And then you hold, what is it, Control? No, Alt. Alt gives you your line of sight wherever your mouse is at.
Yeah.
So on this ridge right here, on that ridge, and on this ridge, and on this ridge. I don't know if that... Anyway, these ridges that are right there, there is units in those. And there's air, anti-air, all up in... Oh, I didn't get that one. This ridge here. Not the one back there.
The ridge lines, there's anti-air.
Yes. And so if you've got your Patriots, that would be the first thing I would try to deploy and put them, you can put them in these trees right next to the highway here. There's going to be this highway straight down this road, down this road. There's going to be units coming in from clear back here that are going to come down this road and then turn and go into the city to our left. Okay? We have to advance through the mountains up into where A's at. Now in the trees here, there are going to be some infantry units. I don't have any recon at all.
I don't. Oh, this isn't my deck.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it going. All right, let's back out because I don't think I picked my deck either. Turn to main menu.
One second.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, I wanted my armored striker. All right, let me send him another Discord.
All right. So what do we do?
All right, so now I just sent you another link. So you got to go through the whole link process on every game.
Okay.
Now choose before you hit ready. Choose right by your name. There should be the deck you want to play.
Yeah, that's where it was at last time.
Okay.
The drop down button right underneath you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the deck.
Is it because we're? Are we Russian on the map?
No.
Is that why?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. We're not Russian. We're U.S.
Oh.
Why did you have Russian?
No. I was just asking, like, if the game we're playing makes us Russian,
Oh, right.
and since we have an American battle deck, I don't know if that's
Yeah.
what we.
Okay. No, you should be able to choose your deck because I'm going armored striker, which armored striker I have absolutely no air power or no helicopters, and I had helicopters, so I didn't pick the right one
Yeah.
either. Now, the beauty part is that the very beginning is kind of up to us. There's not a lot of movement on the enemy's part. But you have
Until we
recon,
start pushing.
so yeah. Now, recon, you always want to do your drones behind your enemy line, behind your lines, because if it furthers out into enemy air lines, then
They'll shoot
that's
it
usually when they get shot down, yeah. So on this map, I want to go over to the left over where your airplanes come in and bring in a drone over there. Yeah, because basically we start, I think, from here.
Yeah, we start towards like the top left.
Yeah, there we go. Now it's coming out with the... Yeah, because we start right here. We start right where that marker I just put down. Yep. All right. Because I know I have. There we go. See, now I have. Now I have my predator. Now I have my drones. So I'm going to bring out my shadow drone.
Good copy.
So did you. That's right. I put mine over more towards the ridge line. Mine will probably get shot down. All right. So if that's the case, I have. Yeah, there's my Patriots. Okay. So I'm going to put a Patriot there.
Pedal to the metal.
And I'm going to put a Patriot in these trees.
Fast landing assistance. What can I do for you? Air defense, standing by. Air defense here. We're combat ready.
Okay, you can see right now, you see that tracked vehicle up on the ridge? Yep, that's what I was talking about. They're up there. That one's got a tracked vehicle, and that's anti-air, if I remember right. Yeah, because it's shooting at your drone right now.
Radar
And you'll see
activated.
the other
Looking for
one,
airplanes.
that Stinger.
Signal clear. Receiving optical feed.
All right, I'm going to bring in my multi-rocket launchers. Do I have those? Yes, I do. I'm going to bring those in. I'm going to put them puppies right here. I need some supplies. I'm going to bring in 10,000 or 9,000 supplies to right here also.
Rocket artillery at your command, sir.
When I say here, I'm going right here with it.
Okay.
And that's gonna set up my base
Heavy transport here. Send trap.
to reload my
Ready. Send
my
fire
MLRS. I think that's all I've got. No, I've got 2 of them, so I'm gonna bring in both of mine.
Roger. Move
So
to
that's
next
kind of like my
waypoint.
artillery. All right, and I've got a Falcon with snake eyes on him, so I'm going to start bringing in my vehicles now, and I'm going to start staging them. You know what? I'm going to stage them right before the bridge there. So I'm going to stage
Let's run 'em over.
my stuff there. I will push A and B. If you want to take whatever you've got, yeah, just watch that road, that main road coming down. Get that trophy.
Make way. Roger. Moving to next waypoint.
All right, now I got to start
Copy.
getting some.
Relocating. Rocket artillery at your order, sir.
All right. Can I hit this up here? Yes, I can. So I'm gonna nuke this ridge.
Huh?
I'm gonna nuke.
Engaging targets with direct fire. Heavy armor here. We're engaged. Defensive smoke. Tanks are dead. We're in the missile age now. Engaging. Our tank got hit. We're still operational. Smoke screen deployed. Move backwards. Heavy cab engaged in combat. Hit the gas, driver. Hit it. Heavy cab in combat. What are you waiting for? Drive. Roger.
Okay, can't move up quite that far.
ATGM carrier, ready for action. Moving there now. Solid copy. Advance and report.
ride? Search and destroy. Anti-armored vehicle at your command. The higher they fly, the further they fall. Air defense ready for action. Roger. We're on the move. Heavy cab, ready to roll. Search and destroy. Drone is en route. Landscape designers at your command. Direct fire, on my mark!
Nice shot.
ATGM carrier, standing by. Sweeping area. Thermals activated. They cannot hide. Heavy cab is on the field. MLRS ready to fire. Air defense here. Anti-aircraft here, at your command. Good copy. Next waypoint received. Heavy cavalry ready for action. Drone is online. Rocket artillery ready, sir.
That's fine. They'll get used to it.
Target marked, direct fire. Breaker 1-9, who needs supplies? Heavy cab ready to rumble. Anti-tank, here. Anti-tank vehicle standing by. Pushing forward. We're watching war on TV over here. We got multiple malfunctions. The drone got hit. Radar activated. Eye in the sky. New grid set. Rocket artillery at your disposal, sir. Moving out. ATGM carrier ready. relocating.
Where the hell did all those tanks go?
At your command, we unleash hell, sir. Welcome
kill
to
all
the
those
missile
tanks?
age, punks.
I think so.
Anti-armor, here! Already there. Good copy. Next waypoint received. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. MLRS ready to fire. Engaging targets with direct fire. Anti-aircraft standing by. Roger, we're Oscar Mike. Moving out. Ain't nothing gonna get in our way. We're on the move. ATGM carrier, ready for combat.
Okay, I'm sending 2 forces up 2 different roads here.
Striker reporting in. Striker at your command, sir. Air defense here. Bradley fighting vehicle at your command, sir. Tanks are dead. We're in the missile age now. Need supplies? Hey, check out this rooster cruiser they gave me. Roger, flip inside. Heading back to base.
Oh, I got my chopper.
Armored transport, standing by. Armored transport, ready. Combat patrol underway. Solid copy.
Okay, drone over here.
Copy.
You got a tank coming in. Well,
Yes,
not a
yes.
tank, but
Good copy. Next waypoint received. Roger. We're on the move. Armored, moving out. Driver, move out. Rocket artillery at your command, sir. Direct fire, on my mark! Troop transport, ready! M1 Abrams, warmed up and ready to go. Bradley fighting vehicle at your command, sir! Moving into combat. Bradley, ready for combat. Moving to contact. MLRS reporting in. Direct fire engagement. ATGM carrier standing by. Looking for enemy contact. Who called the cavalry?
New waypoint set.
Armored transport engaged in combat. Copy that. Looking for targets. Brad here. Go ahead. Inland Abrams ready for action. Armored Cav clinching the enemy. Armored Cav here. We're in combat. Combat patrol underway.
All things shall be revealed.
Rocket artillery standing by. Target marked. Direct fire. Abrams here. We're combat ready. Count on it. Let's get away. MLRS ready. Send fire mission. Providing direct fire. Tactical truck ready to haul. Cargo dump.
I already took everything out on that hill, I think.
Yeah, but they were already scheduled to attack there. It just takes forever.
Landscape designers at your command. Direct fire on my mark.
All right. Now our new egress point is right behind you there.
Rocket artillery ready, sir. Anti-aircraft here. Bradley, ready for action. Rocket artillery at your orders, sir. Engaging targets with direct fire. Rocket artillery at your disposal, sir. Driver, move forward. The higher they fly, the further they fall. Abrams, ready to roll. Clinching enemy position. Logi here, send traffic. Looks like we got us a convoy. Heavy armor is on the field. Moving as ordered. I got my ears on. Go ahead. Here, beans, bullets, and band-aids. Rocket artillery standing by. Cav is on the field.
Changing grid.
Already there. Air defense at your disposal, sir.
Got those guys coming up the road.
Roger, we're Oscar Mike.
Thinking about now.
Heavy armor is ready to rumble. Anti-aircraft here. M1 Abrams, warmed up and ready to go. Shoot that target, gunner.
Trajectory updated.
At your command, we unleash hell, sir. Direct fire engagement. Engaging targets with direct fire. Heavy cav is on the field. Driver, move forward. Move and engage. Spearheading. Rocket artillery at your order, sir. Heavy cavalry ready for action. Hostiles on my mark. Fire! Rolling. Rocket artillery at your command, sir. Direct fire on my mark. Departing. Moving. Rocket artillery ready, sir. M1 Abrams ready for action. Driver, move out. Breaker 1-9, who needs supplies? Fast landing assistance. What can I do for you? Radar turned on. Looking for airplanes. Heavy cab, ready to roll. Landscape designers at your command. Artillery moving out. Abrams here. We're combat ready.
Operator here. Send mission. Visual feed is up.
metal. Anti-tank vehicle standing by. Move in a new fighting position. Moving there now. Fire and maneuver! MLRS reporting in. Anti-tank, here. Welcome to the Missile Age, punks! MLRS ready to fire! Air defense here! Air defense here! We're combat ready! MLRS ready. Send fire mission.
They got my bomber.
Yeah, I see that.
I got quite a few of them though. That's probably gonna take forever to come back.
Providing direct fire. MLRS reporting in. Abrams ready to roll. Moving there now. Striker ready for action. Looking for enemy contact. Troop transport reporting in. Personal carrier here. Search and destroy. Let's crush them. One
So we've got some sort of artillery right in here. I don't know if my... I don't know if my... Oh no. They're back over in here.
Direct fire engagement! Abrams here. We're combat ready. Moving to contact. Gunner, target up ahead.
Helicopter coming in.
One more hit and our vehicle's done! Armored cow, clinching the enemy! Anti-aircraft standing by. Copy. Relocating. Anti-aircraft here. At your command. Roger. Moving to next waypoint. Rocket artillery standing by. Proceeding to next base of fire. Just grazing hits. Tank still operational. Smoke screen deployed. Radar activated. Looking for contacts. Air defense ready for action. Armored transport standing by. Spearheading. Solid copy. Advance and report. Air defense standing by. Anti-aircraft here.
Oh, come on.
The higher they fly, the further they fall. Rocket artillery at your disposal, sir. Our vehicle took a hit. We
God
need
damn it.
maintenance. Roger. Moving out. Good copy. Next waypoint received. Moving there now. Copy. Relocating. Get that engine running. Move the fuck out, driver. Full speed. Moving out.
Solid copy.
Air defense at your disposal, sir. Already there. Roger. We're on the move. Anti-aircraft here. At your command. Air defense ready for action. Bradley fighting vehicle standing by. Like a rocket sled on rail. Roger. Moving to next waypoint. Pedal to the metal. Hey, check out this rooster cruiser they gave me. End of the line. All out, please. On the road again. Last stop. Everybody out. Time to fingerprint that load.
gaze pierces cloud and shadow. Roger that.
God damn it.
Engaged in combat. Smoke deployed. Sweep an area. Fire and maneuver.
Landing assistance team, what can I do for you?
Air defense here. We're combat ready.
Yeah, good thing I moved.
Command. Looks like we got us a convoy. Heavy armor is on the field. Heavy transport here, send traffic. Dumping cargo. Right here, we're combat ready. Logi here, send traffic. Pedal to the metal. Roger. We're on the move. Brad here. Go ahead.
Digger team here. Get your asses in that building!
Fast landing assistance. What can I do for you?
Keep running!
The cavalry has arrived. Need supplies? Air defense here. Air defense standing by. Anti-aircraft here. Artillery relocating. Armored transport reporting in. Roger, we're Oscar Mike.
Oh, shit.
Pedal to the metal.
Affirmative.
Copy that. Looking for targets. Solid copy. Advance and report.
Yeah. Okay.
Drone is damaged. Multiple malfunctions.
Providing direct fire. Artillery on the move. Target confirmed. We're engaging. We're engaging. Bradley in combat. Awaiting commands. Back up, back up. The cavalry arrives in the nick of time. Troop transport in combat. Rocket artillery at your order, sir. Departing. Roger. Moving to next waypoint. Rocket artillery at your command, sir. MLRS ready to fire. We're on the move. Landscape designers at your command. Anti-aircraft standing by. Radar turned on. Looking for contacts. At your command, we unleash hell, sir. Rocket artillery ready, sir. Rocket artillery at your command, sir. Rocket artillery standing by. Rocket artillery at your orders, sir. Already there. MLRS reporting in. Air defense at your disposal, sir. MLRS ready. Send fire. Rocket artillery at your disposal, sir. Armored cab, ready to rumble. Combat patrol underway.
All right, I'm moving on Alpha again. See if I can't retake it.
Landscape designers at your command. Proceeding to next base of fire. Someone call for a cab? Placing enemy position. Rocket artillery at your command, sir. Air defense here. Heavy cav is on the field. Popping smoke. Anti-armor here. Anti-aircraft here at your command.
Anti-aircraft team standing by. Copy. We take that building.
Personal carrier here. Search and destroy. Let's crush them.
Okay, pushing on Bravo.
Stinger team standing by. Get in that building. Run as fast as you can.
Let's dump that.
Drone is on its way.
Air defense standing by. Air defense here. We're combat ready. The higher they fly, the further they fall. Air defense ready for action. My truck took a beating and needs repairs.
Need a helicopter down? Anti-aircraft specialists ready. We have a building to secure. Stinger team ready. Move to this building!
Brad here. My truck's been hit. Need repairs.
Stinger team incoming. Take your orders. Come on, move in that building.
I should take care of their artillery.
On the double squad!
Moving to shooting position. Armored Fury is on its way.
Stinger team under fire. What are your orders? Stinger team under fire. Requesting orders. Lock and load. We're moving.
Armored Cav is on the field.
Stinger team taking fire. Move. Watch your spacing.
Armored Cav here. Moving engage.
Sweeping the area. Go, go, go!
Anti-aircraft here. Roger. Moving out.
My guys.
Copy. Relocating. Fast landing assistance. What can I do for you? Good copy. Next waypoint received. MLRS reporting in. Engaging targets with direct fire.
Oh, what the hell? I got disconnected.
Oh no!
What the hell? I was doing pretty good too.
Yeah!
That bomber. that bomber's freaking nice.
Heavy armor is ready to
Well,
rumble.
crap. What do you do
Stinger
that?
team at your command,
Mess
sir.
with my deck.
Yep.
Heavy cavalry ready for action. M1 Abrams ready for action.
Come on, move out!
M1 Abrams warmed up and ready to go. Fire and maneuver.
Check that building!
Heavy cab ready to roll. Friendly fighting vehicle ready. Anti-aircraft standing by. Moving there now. The higher they fly, the further they fall. Roger. We're on the move. Air defense ready for action. Moving out. Roger. Moving out.
So the Patriots, those only shoot down like incoming like
Air.
rockets, correct?
Air and rockets. Yeah, they'll shoot down airplanes and rockets.
Okay. So I have entirely way too much air defense.
So the Stingers, there's two kinds. There's the helicopters, and then there's the air, the planes, and then of course the any cruise missiles or something like that may come in. The Patriots will also shoot those down. It's really good against anti-air, not against helicopter. You need Stingers for helicopters.
Well, like I got 1, 2, 3, 4 supply vehicles for anti-air, plus my troopers, plus something else. Then I got my plane anti-air. Like I got plenty of anti-air. So I got rid of one of mine to do my M142, my rocket launchers.
Well, go ahead and tweak your deck, and then we'll do it again.
So
I'll set up the game.
what did I give this guy?
We'll just do the same scenario. This is a good scenario to practice on because it does it in stages.
Yeah. What was I doing? I like that.
I sent you the invite. So whenever you get it tweaked, then we'll test it out again. I mean, that's the whole point of today. That was the whole point of my stream, is just to get you in here, get your deck, tweak it, play it again, tweak it, play it again. And you were doing really good. Now this time, I'm going to have you take the spot I was in. And I'll take, where you went down through the city and then came around to the side. I'm going to let you push through the mountains there and see how well you do there. That'll give you kind of another idea of how your deck's doing.
So that'll take out tanks. Okay, so we switch that to Y. Okay, so those do tanks now. These do aircraft missiles.
See, the airborne striker's okay. I don't like the fact that I don't have helicopters. Yeah, there's so much you get to do with helicopters. You can bring in, some longbows and take care of some armored vehicles instead of relying so heavily on the tanks and stuff.
Yeah. I think I like that.
Okay. I sent you the invite.
Save. I changed my MML Hellfire.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of it going after planes now, it's going after tanks and helicopters. So
yep, perfect.
That should.
I mean, you saw it'll bring in planes every once in a while, but
yeah. I mean, but I'm so heavy on anti-aircraft, it's
kind
of ridiculous. So I got another rocket launcher, and that switched to tank and helicopter defense. And I have my my one anti-aircraft plane that I can just pull it in and then put
take
on the
out aircraft.
afterburners. Yeah.
Well, and those aims shoot so far away that, I mean, it's just like as soon as they come in, they're firing their aims. So now, anytime you bring in aircraft, you want to micromanage it. You want to, it'll come.
With the bomber, because the first one got killed because it was just flying wherever the hell
it wanted to. Yeah. Well, what it does is you pick a point for it to come in, and then it circles right there, and their circle radius is also one of their stats, and some of them don't turn worth a shit.
My bomber like takes half the map.
Yeah.
But that's what it was doing, so it ended up over there getting shot down. So I'd fire a couple missiles, then I'd move it back, fire a couple missiles.
That was your B-52?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what it does this time. It's that first mountain push that just takes forever. And once you get A and B down, then you go into the city, it's not too bad. You need big armor to push A and B though. But by that time, I'll have my set up and I can come in from the side and you can come in through the mountains.
Do we get experience for these two or no?
No. Only when we go to a skirmish, and then a skirmish is just, here's 10 points, and you got to hold them for longer. You get experience for that.
I got you.
This one's good for learning. And my suggestion is always do one deck and tweak it. Yeah. All right.
I was just saying that, let's see, I want these guys. These guys. These guys. Oh, that's fine. Damn it. Troopers. Take them. Them.
Artillery, moving out. Relocating to the next emplacement.
Okay, this is not
Roger, moving out.
the unit I thought I wanted, but that's all right.
Pedal to the metal. Anti-aircraft standing by. Moving there now. Labs standing by. Mission's over. Let's head back to base. Right here. We're combat ready. Roger. Moving to next waypoint. Pedal to the metal, driver. Get those tracks moving!
Damn it. My thing
Roger,
wasn't
we're
set up.
Oscar Mike. Roger, moving to next waypoint. Heavy cav is on the field.
God damn it.
Good copy. Next waypoint received. Heavy cav ready to rumble. Troop transport reporting in. Armored cav glitching the enemy.
Yeah, yeah, I was going to say, if you got... Yeah, I don't have any drones, so I don't have any recon. I don't know how I picked this deck. Yeah, if you could throw a drone up on my side over the city over there too, I'd appreciate it.
MLRS ready to fire.
Yeah, perfect.
Right here. Pushing forward. At your command, we unleash hell, sir. Target marked, direct fire. Bradley fighting vehicle at your command, sir. Looking for enemy contact. Moving to contact. Pedal to the metal. Personal carrier ready. Search and destroy. MLRS ready. Send fire mission. Direct fire engagement. Lab reporting in. Logistics ready. Armored transport standing by. Sweeping area. Combat patrol underway.
Oh, that stinger got you.
Rocket artillery at your order, sir. Direct fire on my mark. Moving.
No, not moving.
Driver, reverse. Cargo drop. Watch your heads. Rocket artillery ready, sir. Providing direct fire. Personal carrier ready. Solid copy. Advance and report.
Osprey reporting in.
Armored transport ready. Copy that. Looking for targets. Fire and maneuver. Solid copy. Armored transport ready. Suppressive fire. Transport engaged in combat. M1 Abrams ready for action. Pushing forward. Rocket artillery scanning by.
You need any more? You need any rocket artillery anywhere? Just go ahead and mark it.
M1 Abrams, warmed
No,
up and
I
ready
just
to
got
go.
my rocket guy in too.
Heavy
Okay.
armor is on the field.
Yeah, don't hesitate to ask for it because I'm got it, but I'm not using it.
Gunner, take them out. Vehicle heavily damaged. Need maintenance. Looking for enemy contact. What are you waiting for? Drive!
Whoa, why are you way over there, you
Leave
butt
me and
nugget?
follow me, or get out of my way!
God damn it.
Rolling!
Copy that. Unhooking immediately.
Abrams, ready to roll! Target acquired! Engaging!
The Osprey is in the air.
Air defense, standing by! Mission's over. Let's go back to base. Troop transport reporting in. Moving a new fighting position. Good copy. Next waypoint received. Already there. Abrams here. We're combat ready. Move the fuck out, driver! Full speed! Bring us there in 10 seconds, not 10 fucking minutes! Armor is rolling out. Roger, moving out. Moving there now. Lab ready. All asses dismount. Heavy cavalry ready for action. Copy. Relocating. Vehicle damage! Requesting maintenance! Armored transport reporting in. Copy. Relocating. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. Driving to coordinates. Rocket artillery at your disposal, sir. Direct fire engagement. MLRS ready to fire. Personal carrier here.
so broken it won't move.
Yeah, oh, you have to take supplies to it.
Okay. I kind of figured, but...
Morcon here.
Vehicle.
Our vehicle can't take much more of this!
Stay low. Go fast.
M1 Abrams, warmed up and ready to go. Back pedal! Fast is out!
Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Copy. We hide in that building.
Tank status red. Situation is hot.
Give me a target.
Lab, awaiting order. Mission is over. Return to base. Abrams here. We're combat ready. Solid copy. Moving out.
Marines Force Recon at your command.
Vehicle hit! Holy shit, that was close! Heavy cab, ready to rumble. Gunner, identified. Next target. Make way. Anti-aircraft standing by. Heavy armor is on the field. Armored Fury is on its way. Clinching enemy position. Already there.
Force Recon ready. Copy. We take that building.
Bring us there in 10 seconds, not 10 fucking minutes! Armored is rolling out. Roger, we're Oscar Mike. Moving out. Roger, we're on the move. Lab, awaiting order! Everyone, dismount! Abrams, ready to roll. Armored, moving out.
Sniper team, standing by. Force Recon standing by.
Heavy cav is on the field. Bring us there in 10 seconds, not 10 fucking minutes. Engage and destroy. Heavy cavalry ready for action. Lab at your command, sir. ready for action. Heavy cav, ready to roll. Heavy cav, ready to rumble. Heavy cavalry, ready for action. Heavy armor is on the field.
Where is my...
Search and destroy.
On this.
Bradley, ready for action. At your command, we unleash hell, sir. Artillery relocating. Roger, we're Oscar Mike. Wicked49, who needs supplies? Everybody out! Rocket artillery at your orders, sir. Roger, moving to next waypoint. Abrams, ready to roll. Armored is rolling out. Roger, we're on the move. Roger, we're Oscar Mike. Air defense ready for action.
Oh, hurry. I want to see things. Oh, your shit's already...
Lav here. We're combat ready. Rocket artillery ready, sir. Bradley fighting vehicle standing by. Pedal to the metal. Air defense standing by. Roger. We're on the move. Air defense standing by. Moving out. Roger, moving out. Moving there now. Air defense here. Landscape designers at your command. Engaging targets with direct fire.
Bitch.
How much you pay for the new guy?
Drake!
$20? No, too much money. He's no good operator.
I took out something big there.
Bradley fighting vehicle reporting in.
Yeah, I think so too.
Hundreds of gunmen here. Copy. Infiltrating. On the move. Stealth mode. Let's hide in there.
Troop transport ready. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. Let's crush 'em. M1 Abrams ready for action. Troop transport standing by. Moving to contact. Heavy cav is on the field.
Move. Find some cover.
Brad here.
Sniper reporting. We got casualties.
Gunner, new target front.
I need some air. Can you put some recon up on my side?
Bradley in combat. M1 Abrams warmed up and ready to go. Defensive smoke. Anti-aircraft engaged in combat. Abrams here. We're combat ready. Heavy cavalry ready for action. Our Brad is taking fire over here! Punch it! Full speed! Lab ready. Driver, move back! M1 Abrams ready for action. Heavy cav is on the field. Copy that. Looking for targets. Need supplies? All bullet catchers, disembark! Air defense at your disposal, sir. Roger, moving out. M1 Abrams, warmed up and ready to go. Heavy cav, ready to roll. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. I got my ears on, go ahead. Lab ready for combat. Lab here. Mission is over. We return to base. Anti-aircraft here, at your command. Abrams, ready to roll. Heavy cav, ready to rumble. Lab, reporting in. Spearheading. Heavy cav engaged. Vehicle status red. Situation's hot. Driver, move out. Full throttle.
Got that damned artillery back there again.
Heavy armor is on the field. Driving
Yeah, I've got some. I just gotta locate. Oh, is that where it's at? Okay. Oop.
Rocket artillery at your command, sir. Direct fire on my mark. Air defense at your disposal, sir. Back out, driver.
Why are you way over there?
Someone ask for a ride? Popping smoke. Burst. The higher they fly, the further they fall. Friendly fighting vehicle ready. Copy. Relocating. M1 Abrams, warmed up and ready to go. Personal carrier here. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. Heavy cav is on the field. Troop transport reporting in. Armored transport reporting in. Heavy cavalry ready for action. Search and destroy. Fast landing assistance. What can I do for you?
Swift, silent, deadly. En route to target location.
MLRS reporting in. Tank status is red. Target marked, direct fire. Abrams here. We're combat ready. Anti-aircraft here. We're engaged. Solid copy. Moving out. One more hit and our vehicle's died. Let's back out. Heavy cab, ready to roll. Roger. Moving to next waypoint.
Osprey, ready. Cargo dropped.
Lab, reporting in. Moving there now. Anti-aircraft here.
Osprey, standing by. RTB.
Heavy cab, ready to rumble. Rolling. Make way. Bradley, ready for combat. Already there. Someone call for a cab? Moving out. Solid copy. Moving out. M1 Abrams ready for action. Moving as ordered. Abrams ready to roll. Hit the gas, driver. Hit it. Pedal to the metal.
Did we ever get rid of that artillery back there?
I believe we did between everything
Okay.
that we threw at it.
Holy shit.
Heavy cav is on the field. Anti-aircraft here. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. Anti-aircraft here, at your command. Driver, move forward. Lab ready. Bradley, ready for action. Abrams here. We're combat ready. Venom is mission ready. Air defense here. We're combat ready. Roger. Moving to next waypoint. Anti-aircraft here. At your command. Venom at your command. MLRS ready. Send fire mission. Engaging targets with direct fire. Bradley fighting vehicle reporting in. Rolling into combat.
You throw up some more recon on the air recon.
Motherfucker.
Fire
Yeah,
maneuver.
so we're down its way.
Okay.
Heavy armor is on the field. Heavy cav ready to rumble. Armored cav clinching the enemy. M1 Abrams ready for action. I need suppressive fire over here. Heavy cavalry ready for action. M1 Abrams warmed up and ready to go. Solid copy. Advance and report. Fire and maneuver. Smoke screen. Moving a new fighting position. Vehicle heavily damaged. Need maintenance. Rocket artillery. artillery at your orders, sir.
Stack up. Prepare for entry.
Moving to shooting position. Driving to coordinates. Roger. Moving to next waypoint. Already there. Driver, move out! Rolling! Heavy cab, ready to rumble! Pedal to the metal. Right here, we're combat ready. Heavy cab is on the field. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. Suppressive fire! Move the fuck out, driver! Full speed! Wicked49, who needs supplies? That's it for today. Let's go back to base.
Well, with the one that moved down the closet there, you can. They're in there.
Good copy. Next waypoint received. Abrams, ready to roll. Move and engage. Landscape designers at your command.
Osprey tiltrotor aircraft here.
Right here, go ahead. Need supplies? Abrams here, we're in combat. One more hit and our tank is done. Smoke screen. Vehicle status is red.
God damn it.
Farcon, engaged in combat.
M1 Abrams, warmed up and ready to go.
Move, move, move.
Alright, stage there.
Special forces reporting multiple KIAs.
Copy. Relocating. Moving out. Roger. We're on the move. Lab at your command, sir. Stop. Rocket artillery at your disposal, sir. Proceeding to the next base of fire. Lab standing by.
Osprey at your command. New flight plan received.
Driver, move forward. Logistics ready. Lab, awaiting order. I got my ears on, go ahead. Lab, awaiting order. Heavy cavalry ready for action. MLRS reporting in.
Osprey awaiting mission. Cargo helicopter approaching the DZ.
Abrams here. We're combat ready.
Hey, give me just a second, then I'm going to push forward.
Air defense, standing by.
I got a UAV coming up behind you.
Okay.
Copy. Relocating. Rocket artillery standing by. Anti-aircraft here. Roger. We're on the move. Radar turned on. Cavalry here. We're ready for action. Armored, moving out. Heavy cavalry ready for action. Heavy cav ready to rumble.
Okay, I will move up and then push to Alpha. Oh, I see that.
At your command, we unleash hell, sir. Direct fire engagement.
Okay, I got my MLRSs going to that
M1 Abrams
marker.
warmed up and
Get rid
ready
of that
to go.
Patriot.
Solid copy. Rolling into combat. Let's crush 'em. Combat patrol underway.
Okay, assaulting Alpha.
Tilt rotor aircraft here.
Anti-aircraft standing by. Roger, moving out.
And I'm going to rocket
Rocket
barrage.
artillery ready, sir.
Bravo.
Providing direct fire. Armored cab, ready to roll. Armored Fury is on its way. Bradley fighting vehicle, standing by.
Hoping I can take that one over.
Heavy cab is on the field. The higher they fly, the further they fall. M1 Abrams ready for action.
Oh, there's another. Right there.
MLRS ready. Send fire mission. Direct fire on my mark. Good copy. Next waypoint received. Moving there now. Abrams here. We're combat ready.
Nice job.
Spearheading.
Okay, I'm gonna push to Bravo.
Heavy cavalry ready for action. Moving there now. Already there. Engaging targets with direct fire. Lab reporting in. On ass, everybody. Brad here. Go ahead. Roger. Moving out. Heavy cab, ready to roll. Engage and destroy. Logistics ready. Get out in 10 seconds, not 10 fucking minutes. Heavy cab, ready to rumble. Combat initiated.
How could I do that?
Fire and maneuver. Let's blow them to pieces. Armored is rolling out. Spearheading. Lab at your command, sir. Bradley fighting vehicle at your command, sir. Armored cab here. Target identified. Fire. Solid copy. duty position. Bring us there in 10 seconds, not 10 fucking minutes. Lead me, follow me, or get out of my way. Roger. Moving to next waypoint. M1 Abrams, warmed up and ready to go. Armor is on the field. Good copy. Next waypoint received. Bring us there in 10 seconds, not 10 fucking minutes.
All right, that one's finally
Solid
captured.
copy. Moving out. Heavy cav is on the field. M1 Abrams ready for action. Driver, move forward. Copy. Relocating.
You got some guys in the trees there somewhere. That's why you
That's
can't capture
not
Charlie.
I know. I got a recon coming up and infantry coming in.
Okay.
But
Friendly
those are
fighting
just
vehicle,
for the
standing
I'll
by.
just have this chopper.
Moving to shooting position. Roger. Moving out. Rocket artillery at your orders, sir.
That's nice.
Our tank got hit, but we're still kicking.
Tanks coming in.
Yep. I got some rocket artillery going in right there, but it's going to be a minute.
M1 Abrams, warmed up and ready to go. Abrams, ready to roll. Driving to coordinates. Friendly fighting vehicle at your command, sir. Looking for enemy contact. Driver, reverse. Heavy cav is on the field. Popping smoke. Back up, back up. Lab ready. Heavy cab ready to rumble. Heavy cab ready to roll. Let's crush 'em. Bradley ready for action. Brad here. MLRS reporting in. One more hit like that and we're done. Bradley fighting vehicle reporting in. Copy that. Looking for targets. Our tank got hit. Evaluating damage. Search and destroy.
Ooh, pull off your artillery.
Smoke deployed.
Okay.
Make way. Heavy armor is on the field. Vehicle damage! Requesting maintenance! Bridge ready to fire. Rocket artillery scanning by. Someone asked for a ride? Armored, moving out. Rolling into combat. Landscape designers at your command.
those supplies down.
Solid copy. Moving out. Rocket artillery at your disposal, sir. Direct fire engagement. Tank status is red.
Venom awaiting mission. The Venom is in the air. Talks delivery underway.
Rocket artillery at your command, sir. Fast landing assistance. What can I do for you? Already there. Pedal to the metal. MLRS ready. Send fire mission.
Venom.
Our tank got hit. We're still operational. Anti-aircraft here. At your command. Our vehicle can't take much more of it. Roger. We're on the move. Moving out. Armored is rolling out. Roger. We're Oscar Mike. Driver, move out. The higher they fly, the further they fall. Radar turned on. Looking for airplanes. Air defense at your disposal, sir. Fast landing assistance. What can I do for you? Copy. Relocating. Abrams here. We're combat ready. Bring us there in 10 seconds, not 10 fucking minutes. MLRS reporting in. Engaging targets with direct fire.
Okay, I got rockets coming down on that position where they're at.
Air defense here. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. Hit the gas, driver. Hit it. Rocket artillery at your disposal, sir. Pedal to the metal. Lab here. All trench monkeys, dismount! Troop transport reporting in. Driving to coordinates. Need supplies? All walking sandbags! Jump out! Roger. Moving to next waypoint. its way. Armored transport, ready. Armored cav, glitching the enemy. At your command, we unleash hell, sir. Heavy cavalry ready for action. Move and engage. Vehicle hit! Holy shit, that was close! Clinching enemy position. Rocket artillery at your orders, sir. Providing direct fire. Armored transport, standing by. Search and destroy. Lobbing fluid. Heavy armor is on the field. Sweeping area. Rocket artillery engaged. What are your orders? Just grazing his. Tank still operational. Breaker 1-9, who needs supplies? Bradley under fire! Send your orders! Moving to shooting position. Pedal to the metal, driver. Good copy. Next
Okay, I'm going
waypoint
back to
received.
repair.
Yeah, I got 4,000 supply right behind you. Just use that.
Yep, that's where I'm going to.
Rocket artillery standing by. MLRS ready to fire. Direct fire engagement.
Okay, got rockets going in right where those tanks are at.
Osprey reporting in. DZ coordinates received.
Get that engine running. Roger, we're Oscar Mike. Copy. Relocating. Roger, moving out.
Osprey ready. The Osprey is in the air.
Lab standing by. Get your asses out of my vehicle. Landscape designers at your command. Target marked, direct fire.
Here comes another plane.
Moving there now. Armored, moving out. Group transport, standing by. Fast is out.
I'm gonna mass my guys again for a push.
Get those tracks moving. Air defense here. Rocket artillery ready, sir. Direct fire on my mark. Armored transport standing by. Roger, we're Oscar Mike.
Okay, as soon as my M60 gets up there, I'm gonna go ahead and make a push forward. That was perfect timing on the...
Personal carrier here. We're the AA team.
Trying to get rid of their...
On ass, we're moving.
Yep.
Air defense ready for action. Moving to new fighting position. Solid copy. Advance and report. Let's crush 'em. Vehicle heavily damaged. Need maintenance. MLRS ready. Send fire mission. Engaging targets with direct fire. Smoke screen deployed. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. Smoke screen deployed.
Should kill that one.
Let's back out. Those motherfuckers scratched our paint job. Solid copy. M1 Abrams ready for
There's
action.
a couple of helicopters, yeah.
Vehicle status red. Situation's high. Cavalry here. We're under fire. Smoke deployed. Back pedal, driver.
Oh, shit. They like nuked their own people with that one.
Heavy armor engaged. One more hit and our tank is gone.
Proceeding as frag.
Those motherfuckers scratched our paint job. Heavy cav ready to rumble. Driver, move back.
Oh, shit. They took out the supply.
Abrams ready to roll.
Leaping heap here. Tack run complete. Heading back. Bugging out.
Good copy.
Inbound.
What are you waiting for? Drive.
Nice. I brought my harms out too, just in case they had anything left. It doesn't look like it. They're not firing anything off.
Time to bug out. Venom ready. Heavy cav is on the field. Abrams here. We're combat ready. Moving as ordered.
I'm going to try to bring up some more supplies.
Heavy cav ready to rumble. Heavy
Try to get
cav
these
is on
guys
the
reloaded
field.
before I make another push.
Armored is rolling out. Lab ready. All bullet catchers, disembark. Heavy cavalry ready for
There we go. That's nice.
Driver, move forward. Roger, we're on the move. Already there. Roger, moving out. Moving out. Pedal to the metal. Providing direct fire. M1 Abrams, warmed up and ready to go. I got my ears on, go ahead. Heavy armor is ready to rumble. Defensive smoke! Heavy armor is on the field. Rolling. Logistics ready. Need supplies? Get out in 10 seconds, not 10 fucking minutes! Anti-aircraft standing by. Moving to contact. Roger that. We return to base. Venom reporting in. Flying out. MLRS ready to fire. Direct fire on my mark.
Four of these.
Abrams ready to roll.
That's the whole reason I got them.
Backpedal, driver. Move and engage. Welcome to the Missile Age, choppers. Bradley, ready for combat. Armored Fury is on its way.
Okay, I'm taking mine up the hill.
Ready.
As soon as I take that infantry out.
Pushing forward. Vehicle status is red.
I think this will do it. And that should be the end.
Our vehicle has been hit. Need repair.
Provided we can take everything out up here.
Landscape designers at your command.
Okay, I'm going to send some missiles up there. Now that I know it's up there.
Anti-aircraft here. Heavy cab, ready to roll. Driver, move out. Let's roll him over. Roger, we're on the move. Moving as ordered. Rocket artillery at your command, sir. Air defense ready for action. Moving there now. Cav is on the field. Moving to shooting position. Friendly fighting vehicle, at your orders. Rocket artillery at your orders, sir. Bradley, ready for combat. M1 Abrams ready for action. Smoke.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's it. Minor victory. Shit. Oh, that was a long battle.
Yeah, it's probably my fault.
No. Ah. So the only thing we need to work on is just talking to one another, about what's going
I
on.
was
And
just trying to pay
I know,
attention to what you were
concentrate.
doing and then feeding off of it, yeah.
yeah, I'm not. I say that, but then I'm usually one of those ones that like to take one point and hold it. But when you get into the skirmishes, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you got the gist of the game. Now you just got to tweak your deck again and see what you liked, what you didn't like. Maybe what you want to bring in different.
I got these MMLs. They were set up for tanks and helicopters, but I never seen him attack one tank. So I think I'm gonna get rid of that.
Yeah, that's the way you play it. You work with a deck and then you go, okay, I like that, I don't like that. It's like my my deck of armored strikers with no helicopters. I'm not liking that one at all. And that's the one I just had. No, it's not the one I had. I don't know what the hell one I had. But I'm going to delete the armored striker. Armored Marine. Is that the one I just played? Yes, it was. I didn't like this one either. I mean, there's a lot of armor. I mean, it was nice. It was fun to push. I've got a lot of tanks and stuff, but they just don't seem to last. Now, that may be me not bringing in the right stuff. And see, what I'm thinking I might do is bring in... I don't know. The Patriots are nice. The Shorads are nice. The GMLRS is so slow. The artillery is so much faster. So I'm thinking of swapping them out for the Paladin, because I've got the Paladin and I've got the Iron Thunder, which is the longest artillery you can get, 5,000 meters. And it's about the same price. I can get 2 MLRS for 600, or I can get 3 for 600 of the Iron Thunders. And they produce a lot faster. So that puts me 25 over. Oh, and that's the other thing. I don't have big trucks to bring stuff in. Yeah, see, I don't like that. I had all these little trucks. And then the Osprey. See, those did a good job. My LAVs did a good job. My Shorads were by far the best. The M6A4 Shorads they're a Stinger with a a 30 millimeter anti-tank or anti-aircraft gun also. That's got 1,000-foot range, or 1,200. No, 1,000-meter range for high altitude. No, what is that? Effective range is 1,000. But they've got the Stingers, 2,000-meter Stingers. Those, man, those were just kicking ass. Well, maybe it was a combination of the two. Because that had 1,300. Yeah. I don't know. It was good anti-air. And the only trucks I had were these LAVLs, which brings in 2,500. I got to find something better.
No, I put a MTVR on. That way I can move around 6,000.
6,000.
I'm going to move mine with a chopper.
Yeah, 2,500 is just not enough.
No.
Oh, that's why I did it, because I could bring in more LAVs than I could MTVRs. Of course, do I need 3 Iron Thunders? I could just use 2. Then I can bring in 3 MTVRs. Oh, I can bring 4 in. That might be the way to go. Can I bring a Paladin in? Nope. Paladins are what? What range? 3,800, and the Iron Thunder's 5,000. See, I like that 5,000. I can really reach out there. And I've played with them before, and I really liked them. Oh, there we go. I can bring one big truck, an LVSR, that hauls 15,000. Yeah, I can bring one of those in. See, I like that layout. I've only got 2 Iron Thunders, but that's all right. 2 of them is better than 1. All right, so I think that's Armored Marine. I think that's... I just didn't bring in my Stingers, which I should have. I had TOW 2As. My infantry just didn't do much for me, but I didn't really play a lot of infantry. I was mainly trying to bring my vehicles out, yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll try that. We'll go from there. The air was fine. I didn't really do much with the air. I had that one bombing run, but they had already moved by the time I brought them in, because this goddamn Nighthawks, this Harrier's so slow. I may readdress that and see if I can't bring in one of these faster planes. They're more expensive, but yeah. The Hornet's my anti-air, and I didn't bring it in once. So, all right. Well, when you want to play it again?
Well, okay, we can go again now if you want.
Oh, I'm going to quit my stream right now. It's about dinner time for me. So,
okay.
But I might get back on a little later. I'll give you a shout. I'll throw it up in Discord. I'll send you a direct message. Maybe we'll just play a few games. I want to see. I've got a guy Shoopaloop. He's got 2 guys playing, and if we join him, we could do a 5v4 or 5v5. I think that would be kind of fun to see how all of us work together. So, yeah.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Sounds good, man. I will talk to you later.
All right, see you, buddy.
All right, see ya. All right, guys, that was playing with Wicked49x Nice guy, just got the game. I think there's a couple of people that have gotten this game just because they were watching me going, God dang, that looks pretty fun. It is. It's a blast, guys. Don't get me wrong. It is a lot of fun to play. And I think you should come in and play. I'm going to upgrade. I'm going to update this one, though. I'm going to go over the air on this one. I just don't like... I got to figure out something different. So, I don't mind having a bomber. But I think if one of us had... Hold on. If one of us had the... And do I have that? My SOG. My Striker SOG. I've got the C-130 gunship. Boy, that just really takes a cake. Not much for attack, though. You know, I've got one Booker and one battleship and 4 ATGMs. And that's it for vehicles. All the rest is support. But that might be a good one to support another player. So we'll give that one a shot, I think, next time. See how that one goes. I'm going to mark that one as a favorite. Those are the two decks I want to work on. But, yeah. So, guys, tomorrow, we'll see what we're doing tomorrow. I don't know. We'll be streaming something, like always. But I just don't know what we're going to stream. Where is my... Right there? Yeah, Broken Arrow. There we go. All right. So, guys, please do me a favor. Hit that follow button for me. Looks just like this. And then don't forget, go to my YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button. The link is down in the description down below for my YouTube channel. I really appreciate it. I want to do a great... I do want to do a quick shout out for Drakeage. I know he just got on and I didn't do a shout out during the middle, but there's a shout out for Drakeage. He's another Navy vet like me. Plays a lot of games. He's been playing the Russian game Workers and Resources in the Soviet Republic. But as you can see, he also plays what is that? Hellfire? Rimfire? It's basically a smaller version of Starship Troopers.
Crap, we're spawning in on a bunch of them.
It's a four-person Starship Troopers, where Starship Troopers is like 16 players. So if you like Starship Troopers, definitely get a hold of us there too, because we had a great weekend. We had a Starship Troopers Saturday, and had a fun time. I think there was, by the time we got done, there was 7 of us. But yeah, that one's always a fun time. So guys, as always, it's absolutely free to hit that follow button and hit that subscribe button over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. This is what I'm doing for a living now. I'm trying to get both of these venues up and going, and so far it's been working pretty good. So if you're part of the Broken Arrow community, please give me a follow and go over to YouTube and give me a subscribe over there. I upload all my videos to YouTube from Twitch, so I've got a VOD there. So if you missed the action for today, you can go watch it there. I'm Captain Adonis. I'm out.
Airstrike complete.